Hey guys, how you going? Sorry for the wait. Just waiting for the other guys to turn up. So now it's here. I'm testing out some music in the background, so if you can just check the level, if that's not too loud, or if you can hear it, or if it's pleasant to hear, or whatever, let me know. But it's great to see Callback's Blackfeather popped in to say that he's gonna. He can't make it today, but he's gonna play golf in the middle, which is awesome. So have a great match. Your boys today, mate. Nails by Hilly. Evening, how you going, mate? Sci-Fi's here, which is awesome to see. Our mate from Tyneside, isn't it? In Newcastle. How you going, buddy? What was his name again? Gordon. Isn't it Gordon? From Newcastle, scored an absolute pearler of a goal. Just watch it. My last night. Your morning. Bringing battles here. How you going, guys? You have to get Richard and Jason at some point in the future. Very soon. Sci-Fi says also afternoon in America people and morning in Josh and Aussie. Yes, so it is now about 6:10, and Australia will be like 7:10. Okay, I might actually just turn that music off. It was an experiment. I can't really tell if it's good or not. So okay, you should not be able to hear anything now. Because Jonny told me there's some. Oh, okay, that's right. Yes, you are. That's right. Yeah. I've got to find your YouTube channel too. Nails by Hilly. Let's have a look. See if you've got a YouTube channel. So let's have a look at that. Where is he, by the way? Nails by Hilly. Here we go. Found it. Okay, great. I'll give you a bit of a shout out today too. I don't know. I don't know how many of our guys that want to come and see some nail art, but they look really cool. I like the Star Wars Galaxy Star Wars design. They look pretty cool. My sister had her nails done when she came here to Japan from one of my wife's friends. So who knows? They might have partners. Oh, he's in the studio. Okay. Oh, here he is, my old mate. How you going, buddy?
Yeah, you're right, mate.
I'm just looking at your lovely wife's YouTube channel. So I was just saying that maybe when people come to Japan, when they come to, in your case, the UK, or if they're in the UK, they can send them to your wife to get their nails done. I was just remarking that my sister, when she came over, she got her nails done through a friend of my wife. And she did those big acrylic nails and everything. They paint them and everything, put all designs and stuff on their nails and stuff like that. Yeah, we of course don't have this. We don't have this problem, mate. We couldn't paint with that kind of thing now. I couldn't paint with those long nails. I don't think. We really
no.
So
well, hopefully I've got a better setup than I had last night. It's now going through my laptop instead of my computer, instead of my phone, so it shouldn't die now.
Okay, mate, that's fine. That's all right.
And with any luck, actually, if I can test this quickly, I've got a just there. I've got a GoPro set up, but I don't know if the microphone works. So if I switch it, and then if you tell me if you can still hear me.
Yeah, sure, mate. Go for it.
There we go. Yeah, can you still hear me?
Yep, perfect, mate. Hasn't changed at all.
Oh, nice one. Perfect. There we go. I mean, the it's not the perfect view for painting, but it's not bad.
Mate, it's really good, actually. I think it's excellent. Yeah, looks really nice. Looks very clear from where I'm sitting, anyway.
Good.
Sci-Fi says you can get some good tips from makeup stuff, and brushes can make excellent dry brushes. Actually, yeah, I've used makeup brushes to dust off miniatures, to dust off sand off from sanding bases or whatever. I use dry brushing everything. Yeah, so yeah, they make perfect. You can find lots of good stuff. I was in like a haberdashery type of store, like jewelry store and everything like that. they had some really good stuff, like those nice tweezers you use, mate. Because I knackered my tweezers, trying to pry something off. So I need to go and buy another pair of those.
Yeah, those things.
Yeah, that was like perfect. Yeah, the tiny little jewelry cases, you can stick things into it. It's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, those are really handy for doing decals with, because like I say, you don't actually have to hold them shut to hold the decals. They just, as soon as you let go, it's got a hold of it for you.
Yep, that's right, mate. Now, can you hear me okay, guys? Because I realised yesterday that my mic was going through these stupid bloody wireless headphones, and that sounded bloody awful, worse than normal. So, can you hear me okay, Danny? Is it coming through?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's good. So I made sure that setting was right there. So yeah, hopefully everybody is not looking at us and they're looking at their paint tables and painting tonight. That's the aim of these live streams, to get people motivated. And hopefully Richard, he's here. Hopefully he's painting some epic, or he's painting some high elves for his Kings of War army, or whatever he's doing.
Oh yeah, I see him. Good evening, Richard, my man.
We should have Jonny coming soon. He's just grabbing a cup of coffee, I think, or tea or whatever. And he's coming in a minute. And we may have a special guest popping in. I contacted him yesterday, and he said, "Yep, you're definitely up for doing that." And I said, "Okay, great." So let's see if he's available to come. And I've sent him the link and everything. So let's see how we go.
Fair enough. You still got the Knights of the White Wolf on the table.
Yeah, but I made some progress yesterday, actually, so I was quite impressed with that, and I really need to get them done, because now it's officially it's the 30th here, and I need to get it done before the end of the year. You can have like a day over, you know what I mean? Because basically in Australia, I'm working on Australia time, so I'm gonna just say I'm working on UK time, so I've got like an 8 hours, or American time, but like 16 hours. Okay, so your wife's watching, mate. There you go.
Yeah, that's right.
Bringing your tea, watching your streams.
Yeah,
mate. Where are you? Are you situated in the basement or something? There, are you?
Me? No, I'm in my shed. Basically, it's a built-on brick shed to the side of the property, and I just got I dot and dab the plasterboard up myself and put carpet tiles in, and it's council run, like local housing sort of stuff. And when they came in and did the electrics, I told them I used the place, so couldn't they put some proper electrics in for me? So I got proper light. I've got 2 properly wired in double sockets in the place as well.
Oh wow, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah. The only problem is it doesn't get Wi-Fi down here at all, so I've got to have it wired in. So I've got this like 50-meter long Ethernet cable running from the router up in our lounge all the way down the stairs.
See, there you go. The length that Danny will go to get to bring his advice and everything to the stream tonight, guys. So please give him a hello and shout out. Now I've got also, I want to try this as we're waiting for people. I want to try this, mate, because I want to give you guys a shout out. Let's see if this works. This is something I haven't done before, I don't think, and I don't know what screen it's going to go to. So here we go. Let's see. Okay, gives you a selection. Okay, well let's go with your channel first, mate. So we've got here. I'm going to share it here. You probably can see it on the screen. Nostalgiahammer Hobbies. Now, if you weren't aware, Danny does have a channel, and he has some excellent content. Look at all that. Look at all those videos on painting tutorials. And this is the first one I watched, was the Rogue Trader Classic Predator tank. And how he made that Aquila. So you got there with the green stuff and everything. They did for the first time. Like he confessed on our live stream. So yeah, really good stuff. I urge people to go and check it out. It's all about 90s painting and techniques. And Danny has some really comprehensive videos. And please up this subscriber count. It's only 357. It's shameful. We want it to be like 3,570 subscribers.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
So, it'd be nice. Give Danny a Christmas gift. Give him some love, as he's got a 50-meter cable from his house to the shed to do this with us. And he's been very kind in giving his time for me, and for you guys. He doesn't have to. You could just say, mate, I'd much rather be with my wife and curling up next to the heater and drinking tea and watching EastEnders or something like that. So,
God help me, no.
Yeah.
You couldn't pay me to watch EastEnders, mate.
Thank God you've got some taste, mate. That's great. Now, how the hell do I change it? This is going to be the funny thing. You're going to see this gawping twit here in Japan trying to work out this fucking thing. Hang on. I don't know what I'm going to do here. Now, did this change? It did?
No.
Can you see Jonny Watson Gaming?
No.
Okay. Okay, share this tab instead. Okay. Can you see it now, Jonny Watson Gaming?
Yeah, Jonny Watson's up now.
Wow, this StreamYard is very good. It's actually got a bar at the top. You can switch between screens. It's almost like it's very intuitive.
Can you do the free version of it? Because I was having a look at this earlier today, actually, and I was
it's free version,
the free one, and then there's one that's like £80 a month or something.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. No, just do the free one. I would not do the. I'm not interested in doing it as a paid subscription. It's way too expensive. I don't know why it is. I mean, anyhow, we'll talk about that later. But anyhow, this is Jonny Watson's Gaming's channel. Jonny will be joining us later. So again, loads of videos on different things. Painting Bretonians is his big project he's doing for Bretonia. So please go and give him a like and check him out. This Fred Reed interview is really fascinating. If anything, go and check this out. I really enjoyed that. Now, Fred Reed, of course, is the person behind the Howling Griffin army that Jonny was obsessed with and painted and showed many videos on. And then he got to interview the man himself behind the original army. And it's a really fascinating interview. I really, really enjoyed that a lot. But he's got a ton of stuff on there, even Night Gobos. So Matt will like that one. So you've got great content. Go and check him out. Give him a like, give him a sub, and give him a comment. Tell him he's doing some good stuff out there to propel him forward, to keep him going, So he's even got a really cool Epic Space Marine stuff on here. I watched it the other day. It's one of his first videos. It's like really back in the early days, but even Napoleonic stuff as well. He likes his historical gaming. So there you go.
Right, hang on. I can just see the comments here as well. So I've got one. We've got one from Sci-Fi 72, which is what was the mini that gave you the most trouble to put together? The Lead Hive Tyrant must have been a contender. So that's questions for me. I'll tell you what. I don't really have that much trouble putting together the old metal models, really, to be honest. As weird as that sounds, like the Hive Tyrant wasn't nearly as difficult to put together as you'd think.
Yeah. Now, did you pin it, mate? You pin it together?
Yeah. It got pinned, but pinning's not that hard either, really, to be fair. If you do it like I showed it in the Wraithguard video that I've recently done. When I do pinning, I normally drill the holes a bit bigger than the actual paper clip that I'm using to pin it. So you've got kind of like wiggle room when you put the bits together. So you don't have to be so exact with it.
Yeah.
So I find doing it that way works quite well. So I mean, I would probably say actually the most awkward lead models to put together are the old Devastator Marines. Those heavy weapons do not want to fit with the backpacks.
Yes, that's right. You're right.
They're an absolute nightmare to get those in. Like I think it was a las cannon I did. I basically had to get a diamond grinding bit on the end of my Dremel and basically make the hole at the back where the backpack nub, like exhaust vent goes. I basically had to make that a lot bigger to make it actually fit in place.
I believe it, mate. They're a real pain in the ass. I remember putting one of those together, and the orc heavy weapon guys as well. They just don't match. I had to clip, drill, fill the whole lot for those guys just to get them to look like they're actually holding a weapon.
Yeah. So all right, I've got a few of them to do in the future, so I'll have to keep an eye out for that.
You can do a whole video series on that, mate. How to put heavy weapons, like because they shoulder them basically. How to get the arm to match the actual handle they're holding.
Yeah. I was thinking of doing that actually for doing the Devastator Marines because they're all quite fiddly in their own little way. So I was thinking of doing a video at some point of how to actually put them together and make them fit.
Yeah, do that, mate.
Quite a nice one.
Do that.
Okay, now we're going to go to. Hang on, we've got another comment from Chris, aka Sergeant Scream. saying about that video made me subscribe to Nostalgiahammer. So I think
Awesome.
that was when you were talking about the Predator one. If that's the case,
Awesome.
thank you very much, Chris.
Fantastic. That's a great video.
And we've got,
yeah.
Hang on, we've got another one from. Oh, hang on. All right, try and pronounce this.
Yeah.
Miso. I think.
Oh, Miso.
Hey guys, are there any more plans for some epic Second Ed games soon? There is a mini movement at the moment for smaller second edition games of only 2,000 points. Huh. I don't know. I've not played Epic before, so I mean, the points costs in Epic games are a lot higher, aren't they, than like Second Ed 40k?
I'm going to stop sharing here. This is your wife's. YouTube channel, mate. Just quickly, nails by Hilly. Okay, just to give her a shout out, and hopefully, anybody who has a wife interested in getting their nails done or just checking out the videos, please do that, and give Danny's other half a helping hand.
Right in the middle of the live stream.
It's all happening here. It's all happening here. Here we go.
Oh,
80.
I appeared to be here at last.
Sorry, mate.
I didn't actually.
Hang on, buddy. Thanks so much.
I didn't actually realise that when you said 9 o'clock tomorrow, you meant now. I thought you meant tomorrow. But I'm here.
That's fine, mate. Anytime you want to jump in, you're more than welcome. So thank you very much for coming in, mate. I hope you
just try and sort.
Yeah, mate. You take your time. You'll be fine. But thanks for coming in, mate. I really appreciate it. I'm sure the guys would love it to be able to interact with you and see what you're painting. I know you're doing some epic stuff now. A wonderful Reaver Titan, in fact. Oh, there he is. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Oh, gorgeous. Beautiful waddle.
Yeah.
I mean, awesome. I haven't done anything more to what I did this morning, so I'm going to start slapping some paint on him now. So.
Yeah, good, mate. Excellent.
So
did you have a good Christmas and everything, 80? Did you have a good Christmas, mate?
What's that?
Did you have
not bad. Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, actually, the Christmas Day and actually most of the days after have been pretty quiet, and which is just as well because it's been really, really busy heading up towards it. But now it's been quite quiet. But when I start, when next year comes in a few days' time, I've got a to-do list that just feels like, oh gosh, I've got all this stuff to do, like organise an MOT for the car and sort out my wife's tax return and all this kind of stuff. So I've got a whole bunch of a whole list of stuff to be cracking on with. But so it's been nice and quiet, which is it's been quite cool. So
good, you need a bit of that. You need a bit of quiet time. So that's good. Good to hear. I've done too, mate. I've had a few days off as well, so it's been really nice. Lovely. Looks like Johnny's having some trouble with his camera because
I am, mate. Can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah. I can just see this icon on the screen with it's resonating your voice here, mate. So,
mate,
it's the Overlord.
I've been using my iPhone as a camera, and I can't get it to connect to the computer for some reason. So
you've got a USB cable connected to it?
Yeah, it's all connected in. It's like
Are you using the Camo application? Is it turned on your PC and on your phone?
Where would I find that? It's I'm using the continuity connection on the it's on the Mac.
You go on the Mac, turn on the Camo, and then select the camera. And
Camo,
then
where do I go
your
there?
phone, it should be turned on as well, so that it will detect that it's actually there. I know. I've done this thousands of times, mate. You go onto your applications and click on the application for Camo to open it up. Basically, you need to open that up first.
And it's called Camo, is it?
Yeah, Camo Recuperate, I think it's called the actual app name, but it's just got Camo. But thanks for coming along, Jonny. I appreciate it, mate. We've got a nice full house now. And while you're sorting that out, I'm going to go through the comments, mate, and say hello to a few people. I've just been singing your praises on your YouTube channel, mate. So hopefully we'll get a few more people coming by and saying hello.
Yeah, well, I can hope.
Yeah.
I can hope. So do you use the app Camo Studio?
Yeah, I do. I think you're using that before too, weren't you? For
I was using a continuity camera, which you can simply you can plug in, but it's not working for some reason. So I'll try this. Okay.
So Chris, aka Sergeant Scream, hi Josh and Danny, and that was a bit before AD and Jonny came in. How you going, mate? Good to see you there. Okay, so that's what he said before he subscribed now to Nostalgiahammer. That's awesome. Good to hear. So Misso said, hey guys, are there any more plans to do some epic second edition games soon? There is a mini movement at the moment for smaller second edition games of only 2,000 points that makes the games a lot more manageable. All the best. For sure. I mean, me and 80, I've got a secret project. I might have to reveal soon because I'm not going to get it finished by the time I wanted to get it finished by. But 80 gave me this great idea. What was it now? 80, about a month or two ago, mate?
That's right, yeah.
Because I said to 80, would you like to do a live stream with me? Like, not a live stream, a remote game. I'm playing second edition Epic because I know he doesn't have any opponents, and it'd be nice just to have him play some games or whatever. And he said, yeah, that'd be great, but I really want to play with the original contents of the second edition Epic box set. And I thought, okay, well, that's interesting. I do have a few Marines, and I've got obviously Orcs, but I don't have any Eldar. So I said I might have to take some time to get some of this stuff together. So he said, yeah, that's fine. So, and then on my Patreon, I do like a Gork talk, which are completely free. You can access those. Anybody can access them. They're to the public. And I just talk about stuff I'm doing for the channel, or ideas that I come across the table or whatever. And I talked about 80's idea. And one of my very generous and lovely Danish patrons said, oh, Josh, I've got some miniatures here that I won't be using for Epic, and if you want, I can put that towards the project. I said, mate, that'd be awesome. So he very kindly sent me the box, which is incredible of him to do that because I don't have that, and a load of Orcs, Eldar, and Space Marines.
That's brilliant,
mate. It was Adam of Doom. It was a big shout out to him. He's an absolute legend, this guy, and this wouldn't be possible without his huge contribution. I mean, it was massive. So having that, I thought, okay, and I asked 80, what's the actual content? So 80 kindly sent me a whole itemized list of everything in the box. So then I started just checking off, okay, I've got that. And I had some Orc battle wagons left over, and I had some Orc miniatures, thankfully here, some stands of those. And I could actually complete the entire contents apart from the identical weapons on the Warlord Titan. I really wanted to be exactly the same. So another Danish hero, Tees, I think is how you pronounce his name, another patron of mine, he reached out and said, yeah, mate, look, I've got the weapons. And he kindly sent those to me, which is wonderful. I really wanted it to be exactly the same. So I've got everything now, and I've been working on it on and off now for a while. And so when that is done, and I'm going to show it. What the hell? I'm going to show you what I'm up to. So now I've just revealed what I'm doing. But basically, I'm making a video of like reconstructing that box set. And after doing that, having a remote game with 80, and maybe I've talked to Chris about doing something with him about it, and also Nick playing a Space Marines vs. Eldar game. So there is a ton of content coming. It's just basically getting these new armies painted and getting the video done as well. So that's a very long answer form. Your answer, Mr. So thanks, mate, for your question.
I know I'll be looking forward to that, Josh, mate. I've been binge watching your epic battle reports many times over recently.
Oh, good on you, mate. Yeah, I know, because we saw the Mega Gargant yesterday, so that was really encouraging to see.
Oh yeah,
that's so you're one step closer, mate. You've got the map. Because that's like a clan card, that thing. So it's like you've already got like 1,400 points of clan.
Oh, great. Okay, fair enough.
In one model. So you made a huge contribution then. Sci-fi 72. All heavy weapon lads are a pain. Can hide a lot of bodge work under a looted shoulder pad. Yeah, they're a pain, mate. Yeah, you got to pack them up with. Well, I'll show you mine in a minute. I'll show you what I did with mine, and you can see how I sort of rectified things, and we'll get some input from the guys here. Yes, Green Stuff Aquila. Yeah, it's amazing what Danny did with that. I tell you, I was like, geez, he's done this like 1,000 times. He's like, no, Josh, this is the first time I've done it. Like, oh, well, really? Okay. If you haven't seen it, it's a work of art. It's a work of art. Come check it out.
Oh, thank you very much. No, I was like I said, I was using the Aquila decal as the stencil for doing that one. It worked out. Did work out surprisingly well.
Okay, Sci-Fi says ladies should have words on their nails like blokes have on their knuckles. What does it actually say on your knuckles? Your tats on your knuckles. What does it say?
Eternity together.
Oh, that's lovely. Okay.
And hopefully it stays that way as well, because otherwise I might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah. Could be an eternity for something else, an eternal war in the Warhammer 40k universe, maybe.
Yeah.
80 Wood. Yes, he's here. The living legend, the Grand Warlord himself. He's painting epic. Like he did all those years ago in the White Dwarfs. Yep, that's it. What color scheme are you going for, mate, in this one? 80?
It's War Griffins. It's this. If I hold this chap up, if you can see him, getting him to.
I'm going to put you full screen, mate. Hang on a tick. There you go.
Here you go.
Oh, very nice.
He's not got any arms on him because they're actually separate. They're the plastic. Where are they? Oh, I'm trying to pull them in screen. Plastic bag with with his weapons. But yeah, you can see him properly now. Something like that. So that is that's the colour scheme I'm going for, which is roughly. And I'm just applying the same one to the Reaver at the moment. So I'm quite pleased with how it looks. Quite like these kind of colours. I really wanted all my epic stuff to have. If I kind of pop him up, you can see I'm just starting to get the colours onto him now.
Yeah, good mate.
Like that. So just getting them on. So that's the colour scheme. It's
you're using contrast, mate. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely gone. All my epic stuff is painted. The majority of it is done with contrast paints, because it actually it was such a revelation to me when I started using them. It's absolutely incredible, because it really is. You get the shading and the highlighting all. I read the original how to paint epic armies article, which Mike McVeigh did back in the day, and it's very much my blueprint for how I did all my epic stuff. Is that it's sort of everything is like pretty much all painted a single color, but using contrast paints really allowed them. It means that you can do that, but they've all shaded and highlighted at the same time. So they just look absolutely fantastic. It really works for this stuff. I'm absolutely sold on it.
Good on you, mate. That's wonderful. That's great. So there you go, Richard. You can paint an army in a weekend, like I said, mate, with contrast paints. You'll be there in no time. I'm giving him a hard time.
but it really
and they do look really nice.
Is easy, and it's just like you're painting, but like single flat colours on all your models, and they're done. Yeah. You can always go back and add more details. You could always paint in the weapons and do skin, like for example on orcs. You could always paint the orc skin on afterwards if you want to. You could do all of that, but to get the models in the position where you can like play a game with them and they're painted, it's literally a single color over the whole lot, and all the models, and then you paint the bases. The job's done, and then you can flock them. Or I mean, I use Armageddon Dust, the texture paint, because I absolutely love that. But you do that, and you could get so much stuff done so quickly. Absolutely amazing, really. Ooh, right. What's that funny noise? Is someone scraping something?
It's my chair, unfortunately. Every time I move, my chair squeaks.
Oh, it's a squeaky chair. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that was me, but it's not me. That's good.
No, it's definitely me. It's something I have to regularly either edit out of videos or try and be very careful not to move when I'm recording a voiceover.
Jonny's still in the black. He's in the Black Ops at the moment, so I don't know what's happening. I think he's gone. He's back again. I don't know.
It looks like he's gone.
He's gone.
So I can't paint with my glasses on, so I end up having to go like this to see what's going. Oh god, blind's
right.
bad.
I'm the other way around. I can't paint without my glasses, but I can't really see computer screens properly with my glasses.
Oh bugger! It won't let me use my camo camera now. Little bastard. Okay, so I can't use my drop-down camera, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to have to show it up here. I'm working on my epic stuff, and you're not going to see this. I mean, that I'm doing all the wave serpents.
Oh, I can see it. I can see it. Actually, I can see it fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to do
Oh,
with the transfers and everything, like the original color schemes and stuff.
Oh, that's just beautiful, man. That's absolutely wonderful.
Oh, cheers, mate. That's a Warp Hunter. So I'm matching all the the classic White Dwarf schemes, all the studio schemes as best I can. Oh, yeah. Even down to the tiger stripes on the Falcons.
Oh yeah,
love doing that. The transfers come in really handy and everything. So yeah, I'm really happy with how that's looking so far. So that's it, 80. I'm painting epic now. Start the challenge. We're painting epic.
Painting epic.
You got me in the mood, mate. You got me in the mood.
Good.
Yeah, I have to be honest, I'm very much looking forward to painting a few epic bits. I've got that Mega Gargant. I've also got a couple of the Eldar Titans to do as well.
Cool.
So I'm very much looking forward to doing.
Oh yeah. I really enjoyed painting those back in the day. They're really nice.
That's the beautiful thing for me, because I never got I missed out on it back in the day. I was saying yesterday. So all I ever saw was the pictures in the White Dwarfs, back when I was like 13, 14 years old and fantasizing about one day owning them. Now I'm older, I can actually get the things now and start painting them up, and I've got all the White Dwarfs with them in there. So it's like, yeah, time to finally relive the glory days.
Yeah. Oh. Right. Okay. Let's think of some topics, or I'll go through the questions here as well. I might as well just go through the questions because Jonny's still in the black. I don't know where he's gone. He's gone AWOL, and I can't use my camera to top down, so you have to look at my ugly mug for the entire stream, unfortunately, guys. So sorry for you. Just to start drinking, it'll make it look better. But we've got Sci-Fi here, which is great to see. I said like he's from Tyneside, isn't it? Is that Tyneside in Newcastle? Is that Newcastle City, Tyneside? Was Tyneside the name of the stadium? I can't remember. The Newcastle football club. Is it Tyneside? You guys don't know? You guys live in England?
Oh,
Newcastle.
no, I'm not sure, mate.
No idea at all.
No.
Really?
No.
Okay. No, I know he likes his Newcastle Football Club. I was watching them, the highlights on Match of the Day today or yesterday. And
St James is the stadium.
St James Park. That's right. That's right. St James Park. That's right. That's right. Where's Tyneside from then? Tyneside is a place, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah.
Unless I'm just making that up. I don't know. But I've heard that. I've heard Tyneside as a name, like associated with Newcastle.
It's probably a district.
Like that. District. It sounds like a district, doesn't it?
So it sounded like he knows what he's talking about when he doesn't. Clear.
I've got all the Blood Angels painted now, mate. Again, you're not going to see it very well, but all the Blood Angel stands are painted now.
Oh yeah, I can see them. Yeah.
Yeah. So just got to do the basing, and that's they're done. I'm going to do the death.
You're going to be flocking the bases, aren't you?
No, I put sand on them, mate. I put PVA sand them. Yeah. Yeah. I find flock, it will basically come off after a while.
Oh,
so,
that is definitely true.
It's messy. It's just messy stuff to deal with and work with. So I prefer just using good old sand, because once it's on, it's on. It's not coming off. You know what I mean?
I mean, the thing that I did a lot of experimenting with different stuff, and I tried sand and I tried flock, and ended up using the texture paint, because I just found for me it worked really well.
Idea, man.
But certainly, I admire anyone who can make the flock work, but it certainly comes off fairly easily.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, actually, I actually quite like the sawdust flock.
You're right.
I really like that stuff. And I use you get like the scenic glue, so it's more tacky. When it dries, it stays tacky, rather than PVA glue, which doesn't. Obviously, when that dries, it just cures off. And if I put like a good layer of the scenic glue down, like almost blob it on, and then leave like the base actually in the sawdust flock for basically the time it takes me to put the glue on the next base, lift it out, and it's got a pretty good layer on it, let that dry, and then hit it over with like the varnish I put over the model through the airbrush afterwards. I can't say I've actually noticed too much come off.
Oh, good.
Oh, that's good then, mate. That's good, because I'm sure I flocked my stuff. I flocked everything with with this flock, like fine flock. It's not the Games Workshop stuff. It was like the train model stuff that I could find, when I was getting into the hobby. Because we didn't have sand that fine, We used really crappy stuff like cat litter and stuff like that. And try that's what we did for basing on terrain and stuff and everything. Until a mate of mine, he would jump the fence at the golf course and get all the bunker sand. And we had like a massive tub of bunker sand. It was perfect. Yeah, it was absolutely perfect. It was exactly the right, the grainage, the size of the grain of the sand, or whatever you want to say, how you ever say it, or whatever. But yeah, that was spot on. That.
I think the trick I found with the sawdust flock is if you, like say, I do quite the thick layer of glue and sort of leave it so it like absorbs up through the sawdust flock. So it almost becomes like because that scenic glue as well stays tacky rather than PVA glue dries, like I said, it dries hard. Maybe that's the difference. I don't know.
Maybe.
Saying that, I'm actually going to have a good look into my carry cases next time I go in there and see if any of the sawdust flock has actually come off on the foam.
Oh, okay. Well, update Richard on it, because Richard's going to flock all his epic stuff, all his epic bases. He's got the right flock apparently now. So
yes, I mean he's got that Blood Angel army I did for him's got all the flock on the bases as well.
Ah, right. I mean, you know, everything deteriorates over time. Everything does.
That's true. That's true.
You know, even my flocked hills and everything, well, it's coming off. You know, the glue just breaks down and it just comes off.
Even sand and super glue comes off after a while, doesn't it? You find like when you get like the second-hand eBay purchases of the bases and they're really old, you can just sort of like chip it off and off it comes in quite big chunks sometimes.
Yeah, I've got a commission here for some confrontation stuff that I think has been sitting there ever since the mid 2000s, and all that stuff just came off. I just peeled everything off because it was just chipping off and becoming quite messy. So I thought I'm going to rebase all of those now, and just did all that. So, Miso has a question for you, 80.
Oh, okay.
I have a question for 80. Fan of the old White Dwarf days. Did you think Epic 2nd Edition or 40k 2nd Edition was the better rule system? What did people think in the White Dwarf office of the two systems? Like which ones? Epic 2nd Edition, Epic, or 40k 2nd Edition?
Oh, hang on. Just so I understand the question. This is comparing 2nd Edition 40k and 2nd Edition Epic. So we're talking about two completely different gaming systems. Yeah. What was preferred in the? Oh, here we go. I'm just reading it here. Do you think Epic 2nd or? I myself. I mean the actual. I don't think people in the White Dwarf office had particularly strong opinions either way on it. But I mean, certainly myself thought that Epic 2nd Edition, which is the beautiful big box of Space Marine with the 3 armies in and all that stuff. I just thought that was a fantastic game system. Absolutely, you know, I had a reread of the rules a while back, and you know, when you look at, because I want to do a comparison between those and Net Epic. I wanted to have a look at the rules for Net Epic, and I remember I went through the rules for 2nd Edition Epic, and it was like probably took me about half an hour, 45 minutes to read the whole lot, and it was a refresher. I kind of went, oh, I can remember all this stuff really well now. In fact, there were some things in there that I suddenly went, oh gosh, I didn't realise that it actually said that as like from objective markers, for example, that you could move up to an objective marker, take it, and then move away from it again, and it's still counted as yours because you'd have taken it in the first place. That doesn't mean someone can't nick it back off you, and I was quite surprised by that, but I thought, okay, never came across that. But I love that rule set. As for 40k 2nd Edition, I'm a 3rd Edition guy. I love 3rd Edition of 40k. I thought 40k 3rd Edition was absolutely fabulous. I always loved it, and I did a ton of gaming of 2nd Edition, an absolute ton of it, ton of battle reports, lots of games of all sorts of different sizes and stuff. But the 3rd Edition was the edition that I really liked. That was my edition. That's when orcs kind of behaved like orcs on the tabletop, because the rules were like, you had the mob rules and all this kind of stuff. And I always thought that suddenly the orc army fought like an orc army, whereas it never did before. It always felt completely, what's this? This is, you know, it's a shooty army, not a close combat army. It always seemed to be in 40k 2nd Edition. Whereas 3rd Edition, it always, they fought much more like actual orcs, and their stat line reflected it as well. So, as for the rest of the team, I couldn't tell you, really.
Okay, so I hope that answered your question there.
Because you're
the great warlord himself.
Because Josh, you're very much a 2nd Edition guy, aren't you?
Through and through, mate. Yeah, but like I haven't played 40k Epic now. Paul's actually got it. I painted the terrain for it because he had the books and everything. So we should really play that, because I would be interested in giving it a go for sure. I'm not saying it's a bad game at all. I'm not saying, because I've never played it, so I've got nothing to compare it with. But I do know that people who went, all I know is from the people from NetEpic, they developed NetEpic because the 40K 3rd edition rules for Epic were not going to be what they wanted to see in the new edition. So so I can only hear their sort of complaints and negative feedback towards it. But I need to make up my own mind by actually playing the game and trying it out and seeing if it's going to be a good game. But I kind of want to separate it, like second editions within its own little sphere. You know what I mean? And Epic 40K was designed out of that sphere. It took elements out of it, but I think it's its own self-contained game.
Oh, very much. I agree. I mean, I played was effectively as the 3rd edition of Epic, which was the Epic 40,000, and I played some games of it, and it didn't push my buttons at all. Right. I was one of those, very much one of those people who really didn't like. Whereas in comparison, 3rd edition of 28mm 40K, I absolutely loved. The 3rd edition of Epic, the Epic 40,000. I've heard Andy Chambers talk about it, and he kind of said that it was almost like they completely reworked the whole system,
whole thing,
and the whole thing. And I have to, and the way you put armies together, because I always loved the card system.
Me too.
And all the rules are just so but there was some cool stuff, like, for example, the use of blast markers was quite clever. I always quite like that.
Yeah.
And it's that as a concept, I thought was absolutely brilliant. But the rest of it just didn't quite sit right for me. But the problem is once they've kind of brought one of those editions out, there was very much an attitude of, well, the old one's gone now, it's gone, doesn't exist anymore. Whereas actually, as I've discovered over the last sort of 4 or 5 years, since I've not been working at GW, that actually a lot of people quite rightly play all the editions. They play the editions that they like the rules of, and the fact that people are looking at 2nd edition Epic Space Marine are going, actually, I really want to play that. I'm kind of going, that's wonderful. That is, because it's such a great rule set.
Yeah, I've heard people swear that Epic 40K is the best version of Epic, and it was their first version. And I think we all have that. If 2nd edition was your first edition, of course you're gonna cling to that for dear life and say that's the best edition. And everything else that it superseded it was just a bad representation of it, maybe, or like a cheap representation of it. And I think. Each person can have their own tastes and their own reflections, and sometimes nostalgia has a weird way of distorting your memories in some cases. I think out of all the games, out of all the editions, I think 2nd edition has the highest number of people coming back to it. And I think they did a poll recently on the Epic Facebook group. And the guy, I think Derek, posted up a poll saying, which edition do you mostly play nowadays? And 2nd edition won by a long stretch.
Really? Oh, wow.
So that reflects, and I think the 2nd edition group is also NetEpic. I think they're so similar that they kind of intertwine amongst each other, because you're still using a lot of components from 2nd edition through NetEpic as well.
Well, the interesting thing about the thing I found, the one comparing Net Epic to the original rule set was that they tried to clarify the rules to the point where the rules set seemed to me to be about like 4 times as long. So I started to read it, and after a while, I just got knackered. So I'm just thinking, you know, I've not even 4 pages in, and we've not got. This is mental. You know, this 4 pages is covered on a page in the original rules, and that really kind of made me go, "Oh gosh, that's a bit not so keen."
Yeah, that's a shame. What really deters me is getting the manifesto of like white, black and white photocopies, and you've got to read through that, and that's got to be interesting. Even though you could say, well, hang on, the original Epic Space Marine book was black and white. What are you complaining about? But then I just think, yeah, well, I've got that rule set. I don't really need to change because I'm enjoying what I'm playing. And why do I need to change editions? That's my argument anyway.
Yeah, and it's a fine one. I couldn't agree more. Like I said, I gave it a look. I mean, some of the, they did some nice additions. Some of the cards that they've got are kind of nice. They've got some nice additional cards, ideas, and things like that. And I thought to myself, well, I'll just pick those. That's fine. But even then, a lot of it is like I end up coming back to just kind of going, well, the original cards are great, and it's almost you get too much choice then after a while.
Yeah.
No, like I say, I'm still looking forward to actually discovering Epic for the first time and actually playing it. Wise, I mean, the model I always remember it from the White Dwarf days, especially now that I've managed to recollect a lot of my White Dwarf issues from like most of the second edition 40k time. There's quite a lot of stuff like the Nurgle Plague Towers. I remember when those came out, and I remember those models like those were just, there's something about them. Even looking at them now, I think it's the combination of the paint job that was done on them. It's just, I've never forgotten those models, and now that I'm looking at the White Dwarfs again, they're beautiful.
Yeah, they really are fab. I mean, I've recently about the last year, I've painted up one, and it's just such a great model. Really,
I cannot wait to get my first try of it.
Yeah, Paul Moller painted a lot of the Chaos models back in the day, and he had a very distinctive style, and it really suited Chaos. Everything he did was done in extremes, like extreme highlights, extreme shading, and yeah, I really like Paul's style with Chaos. He really brought out the best in those models, I think.
What's he doing with himself now?
He was sculpting miniatures for as long as I known what he's been up to. He did like a big undead range of models, and I don't know exactly who he's working for exclusively, or he's just doing it on his own. But I think he does something with what's it called again? Her name's Annie, and what's the name of her company again? I forget. Anyhow, it'll come back to me. It's just it's warming up. My brain's warming up, but maybe someone in the chat will tell me. But what's the name of a company again? Anyhow, he obviously does commissions for various companies. I mean, even Gary Morley, he's still doing commissions for people. In his ripe age of 67, I think he is now. So. Yeah, they're still at it, mate. They're still doing it. They're still doing their craft. I mean, they're obviously in demand. People really want, them to do certain things. But I don't think Paul's painting anymore. I think that's long gone. So I think he's just doing sculpting and stuff. But I know he did a big undead range of things. He did a lot of the Gorka Walker models, actually. When he was working at the studio, he went into the design team and did I think his first sort of portfolio, if you like, of his work was done with Gorka Morka.
There you go. Free Guild Joe says Bad Squiddo Games. I'm assuming that's in
That's
answer
the
to
one.
yours. There you go.
Thank you. Bad Squiddo Games. Annie at Bad Squiddo Games. I know he does work for her. So,
Okay.
but what exactly, I don't know. He did a lot of stuff for, is it Otherworld Minis? Otherworld Miniatures? I think it's closed now. The guy retired. But he did a lot of work for them as well. Kev Adams did stuff for them as well. Okay, let me just go through the comments here. Oh, no problem. That's no problem. That's your wife, mate. Now's by Hilly. So no problem at all. Hope you get some extra traffic there on your channel. Well, mate, Matt, Planet Tobor TV. We had a game of 2nd edition Space Hulk together remotely on our Discord, and it was his very first time playing it, and he really enjoyed it. So, but of course, we played like 2 squads of Space Marines. So I took one squad of 5, he took the other squad of 5, and Chris was the host, and he had the board and miniatures set up and everything. He was playing Gene Steels, of course, and I could only play, I don't know, an hour into it, and I had to head out, and he played the rest. But unfortunately, he got so close to taking the cat, that sort of mobile digi thing. I don't know what it is. It's like a mobile little robot thing. He had to take it from one end of the Hulk to the other and exit out one of the sides. But it looks like Chris got the better of him this time and took all these Marines out, sadly. But I'm glad he had a good time playing the game.
Good.
This is way back, actually. I'm going backwards. Yeah, so Sci-Fi says, if I can click on this thing, this stupid bloody mouse Mac. St. James is a stadium. Yeah, that's right, mate. We got it. Playing Man United tomorrow. Really? Tyneside is associated with Newcastle on the coast. People go surfing there. Really? Wow. Okay. God damn it, Josh. Gone out and got my epic to do the bases. LOL. Need a brew. That must be Richard. He's inspired. Good on him. Happy to see that. Pre-Guild Joe, after I stopped getting the paper, I started reading old ragged white dwarves with my morning coffee. My quality of life has risen by 45%. Good on you, mate. Yeah, don't even bother reading the paper, mate. It's just full of misery. Get some White Dwarf into you. Get that nostalgia, those colors, the stories, the people's faces, the everything. 80s strangling somebody in a battle report. Yeah, that's all good stuff. Simon Armstrong says, found Epic 40k to be too generic. All armies had standard weapon profiles. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't sound too endearing, does it? Already. 40k Epic sucked big time. Second Ed Space Marine all the way. Wow, that's a big statement from big old Rich there from Bring a Battle. But I like how you wear your heart on your sleeve, mate. That's good. Missa said, I appreciate the effort that went into Net Epic. It's great for the community. It is, absolutely. Yep. And they did correct some things. Hit templates like Titans have for things like Squat Colossus. Yeah, they did. They made those like the Leviathan, the Colossus, and the Land Trains for squats. They gave them like an actual template where they only had like a void shields and saving throws before. So they were quite brittle. So, yeah, that's true. But there's so much content. It feels like the tyranny of choice that current 40k suffers from. Space Marine 2nd edition had the correct amount of options to choose from. I think so too.
Yeah.
I think that's what I quite like about 2nd edition. So that's what I like about 2nd edition 40k as well. It's got just the right amount of choice for you to be able to make a couple of lists without having to have like 50 different units to try and choose from.
Yes, right. Because, I mean Epic 2nd edition.
I was going to say, let's face it, when you've got all the toys that you can use, you want to use them, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, Epic second edition, like AD said, like the card system. You know how you just throw those cards down and you build an army really quickly, and it just gives you that template of what you need in your army, and that's it. And then off you go. It feels like 40k. I don't know because I haven't played it, but it feels like 40k Epic 40k. I mean, changed that a lot in that maybe it went back to like first edition Epic.
But it was all based on army lists and stuff, or that's.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, very much.
Right.
It was like points values and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, I'll have to look into it more. I did like the idea they had like missions for your armies. I think that was quite nice. Like second edition 40k had like missions, and you had missions for Epic. I think that was quite cool. Miso says 80 as the Empire gunman in the famous Gathering of Might scenario battle report is a constant highlight for me. Stand and shoot.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, literally, I didn't play Warhammer at all. So I said, but we want AD to do something. Let's just give him some big guns to fire, and he'll be happy. And they were quite right.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah, nice, mate. It's the Gathering of Might. That's another thing that I'm working on for this Empire stuff. It's all going towards this big scenario that another patron of mine said, "Hey, Josh, would you consider about doing something like that?" And I was like, "Man, that's a lot of models. I think the Orc and Goblins I'm pretty okay with. Just a few bits and pieces I need to get to complete all of that." And
that was a massive battle report.
Yeah,
it was huge, mate. It's massive. Was it like 10,000 points or something aside, or 12,000 points or something?
If I remember correctly, I think in the write-up they said that they didn't actually really add the points up, but it was roughly something or other. I'm not sure. It was just the entirety of the collections, wasn't it? You just basically emptied out your cabinet.
Yeah.
I actually reread that battle report quite recently.
I always laugh when they put the 4, because they had in the Night Goblin collection, they only had 4 of the sculpts painted for the netters and clubbers. So they always brought out the netters and clubbers as 4 models, which I thought was really funny because A, it's illegal. You can't have less than 5. And
it's illegal.
Really? You need at least 5 models. Yeah. Well, they did that a lot. They had like, even in the Orc and Goblin book, they had Jervis Johnson playing the Orc and Goblins, and he used Doom Divers, which you can't use unless you have a regular common Goblin unit. So that was illegal as well. And but then, at that time they were still developing the books and the rules and everything. So you got to give them a break for that stuff.
Actually, now that you mention that, I was going to say, now that you mention that, Josh, there's one of the 2,000 point armies I want to copy out of one of the White Dwarfs. It was an Ultramarines list with Imperial Guard allies, and it has Commissar Yarrick in it. And the one thing I did notice is it's got a Dreadnought for the Space Marines, but no Tech Marine. And I was sure it said if you're going to have any vehicles, you've got to have a Tech Marine.
Yeah, that's right. You do. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly, mate.
So I was thinking, do you not necessarily need the Tech Marine if you're doing it with allies, or was it just a case of like the people at Games Work at White Dwarf going, yeah, we haven't got the points, we don't need it, here we go.
Yeah, it could be the case, mate. They're kind of very flexible like that, I think, in certain cases. And I'm sure people here in the chat will point out many examples where they've just sort of bent the rules a bit just to allow certain things to be on the table, or they just didn't have the models and they said, well, we just got this in the studio, that's all we got, Or,
well, I mean, that was very much a case of, it was one of the things that was one of the biggest surprises when I started to work out armies for battle reports, is it's like you suddenly realise how limited you are by the army collection, and none of the Orc models were really proper like you couldn't really create a proper orc army with the models that they got, because they were just painted to look pretty in photographs, and that's why later on there was very much it became a lot more. There was a lot more emphasis on trying to put together like proper armies rather than just something that was made of models just for box fronts. You know, it's crazy, really.
Yeah, you're right, mate. You're right. I think it was painted for to obviously photograph to sell the miniatures, not really for a gaming, a mindset. And I think they just had to deal with whatever they had.
That's right.
In some cases, they got people to bring in their own. I know for that Gathering of Might, especially, they had people bring in stuff. Like the Perrys brought on all of their Empire stuff, and Mike McVeigh used his Wood Elf army for that battle port. So you had some bits and pieces brought in for different things. Now, Sci-Fi's got a very interesting question. Maybe Adi can help me out with this one, because I have no idea about first edition Epic. To be honest, I never played it. But is there much difference between first and second ed of Space Marine?
Ooh. I mean, I've got a copy of the rules, and which I was for first edition, which I was going to give a read through. I don't know how much difference there is actually. I mean, I need to give them a read and have a look. I don't get the impression that there's that much difference. I think the biggest difference was that first edition didn't use the cards. I don't think they had cards, so I think that you probably were working off army lists again when it came to collecting the armies and stuff, putting the armies together. I mean, I could be wrong. Please, somebody who's read the rules, if they can chime in and tell us, that would be great. But I have a copy PDF of the rules to give a read through sometime. But I don't know how big a difference there is actually.
Okay, mate. All I know is because Gordon from Life of Die YouTube channel, he started off playing first edition, and then when second edition came out, he felt that they sort of detracted away from a lot of the fine minutiae of the rules. It became quite, I think first edition was quite rules heavy, and they would have went back and retracted a bit for second edition to make it much more, to speed it up, basically, to make it a quicker experience to play it. And because Gordon was saying that if you played first edition, you'd be playing there for hours and hours and hours, like days, playing through a game. Because it'll be so. And if you look at the earlier White Dwarves, and I've got a few here with, I know someone else, I think Richard comments later on, that a lot of the stuff came out in the White Dwarf magazine. So if you want to play Eldar or Squats or Chaos, Imperial Guard, you had to get the White Dwarf magazines to get all the rules and the organization of the structure, how to build the army and everything. And if you look at the profiles of the actual units, like Orc Knobs had like a 3+ save.
Oh wow!
And the actual units, the actual stands of Orcs, they had like a heavy weapon, which is like their missile launcher, and a support weapon, like a
oh really?
I don't know, like a plasma gun. So they had two different profiles for weapons and everything. So they went down to that kind of level.
Oh gosh!
So
that's crazy.
Yeah, but and then I think Gordon was also saying that vehicles had a lot more rules. It wasn't. They sort of. How do you say that? I think they compensated that in second edition, where they just thought, okay, well, this is a profile. This is how many weapons it got. This is its saving throw. And I think the only difference was if you hit it from the back or the sides, it got a special modifier to its saving throw.
Right. Yeah.
I think because in first edition, I know that you actually had like a template for the actual vehicle. They actually had its own special template. Yeah.
It almost sounds to me like it's almost like a game of 40k, but in epic scale. almost sounds like they're using virtually the same kind of rules. So that's just, oh gosh.
Yeah, it sounds like it to me too, because I got a mate of mine, Max. He's got the Adeptus Titanicus, the original set.
Yeah.
And yeah, the way he's talking about it, it sounds like it's really like in depth. It's not like second edition Titans work in second edition at all. It's on a whole different level. And I think, that was basically the first set, and then they built Space Marine as bringing all the infantry and tanks and stuff into it. So you could just tell by that it was like a really in-depth game. So it would take days to play an actual game. I think that's why they changed all of that, and it was hard for him to to make that transition from first edition Epic into second edition Epic, because it just didn't feel the same. It just wasn't the same game. But obviously he got into it and he really loved it, and everyone played it and they got on with it. So, but yeah. So I hope that we could answer that question the best we could for you. It isn't paint miniatures with such personality without fear. Paul von Leto. It isn't paint miniatures with such personality without fear. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Sorry. But thanks for the comment.
Yeah. Here we go.
This is Richard, mate. Yeah.
The difference between the set is that first edition was more about Marines in the Horus Heresy with additional stuff in White Dwarf for other races. Second edition was more the races in the 40k universe from the start. I see. Now that does sound right, because the original box was just full of Space Marines and Rhinos and Land Raiders.
Yeah, that's right, mate. It was. Yep. I think that's where the Horus Heresy actually started. The whole idea of it came from that.
Yeah.
So thanks, Rich, for that insight, mate. That was very helpful. Danny's wife says, "Do you want a cuppa, Danny?"
I've already seen it, and I've responded with a yes.
Okay, good. way ahead of me, mate. So yeah, Richard said second Epic streamlined everything and made it easier and faster to play. I think that's the case, mate. And I think you need it to be at that scale, and in terms of like the size of what you're bringing to the table, you need it to be somewhat streamlined, because the more you bog down into smaller profiles for different stands, the more time intensive it gets. We don't have that time anymore. I mean, playing like that big game of what we play, 8,000 points of Epic, the last one we did, it took 2 days to do it. It was 2 days of filming that one. So yeah, it's a big game.
That was a glorious battle report with two very nice armies, though, mate.
Yeah, it was nice, wasn't it, mate? I really enjoyed that. Anytime we get to Epic on the table, I really enjoy doing it. I think the next one we're going to do with Nick is 4,000 points of Marines against 4,000 points of Eldar. That's what we're trying to aim for. So nice. And I look forward to that. So that'd be like, I just need to get a Titan for the Eldar. So maybe a Phantom or a Warlock Titan. I think Rich has got about 10 of those. I don't think he needs 10 of those, do you, Rich? and I just need to paint up the Warlord Titan and everything. So we've got a Titan each. We've got some vehicles. I've got some stuff coming from my sponsor, my wonderful sponsor, Scott at the Black Arrow Minis. Thanks, Scott. It's still on its way. It's taken weeks now to get here because of the Christmas rush and everything. I think it's still in the States. I haven't got it yet. Otherwise, I would have shown you guys. But I've got some wonderful stuff in there that I thought I'd never get to see ever again. So that's like first edition Predator tanks, first edition Vindicators, first edition. What was it? Vindicators, Predators. What was the other one? Can't remember now. There's another one. There's another variant. Vindicators, Predators. Which one am I missing?
Lehman Russ says you did.
No lemon russes, mate. No.
What Razorback? Razorbacks.
No, not Razorbacks. No, Razorbacks sort of came later. This is like the very, like when you open up the space Whirlwind. That's it. Thank you, Sci-Fi Whirlwind.
Oh yeah,
Whirlwind. Box, that box missile rack at the back. I think they're awesome. I love them. So I got those on the way, plus some Tempests, which is awesome for the Eldar. So I need some super heavy tanks and an Avatar. I need that because that's free when you play Eldar. And I think that's it. In my little treasure box of Christmas gifts for myself. So yeah, can't wait to get those. I haven't done much painting, guys. I will need to get some painting done. So thanks everybody for the comments. Please get some painting done. I'm going to head down to the workbench and get stuff done and sorted. I'm also going to start making some filming of this because I need to film it for the video. And I hear your cuppers just come in, mate. Yeah, you're lovely. Yeah. You've got a lovely wife there, Danny. Bloody hell, mate. My missus wouldn't do that for me. She said, "Get it, make it your bloody self, you lazy bastard." I think that's what
she's only doing it because I'm on live. You wait. As soon as the camera's off, she's another person
there. I'm sure that's not the case, mate. So.
No, it's not actually. She's a bless her. She's very understanding of me in my nerd time.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, it's nice to unlearn. I think my missus too, mate. My missus too.
I've done my Reaver.
Oh, you done it already? Wow, contrast paints, mate. Nice. There you go, Rich. Contrast paints. You can't go wrong, mate. You get it done in no time. There you go. 80's just a proof of that. So looks awesome, mate. Beautiful.
It's not bad at all, actually. I mean, the light's not great in here, but always gone. Always back again. There we go. So yeah. So all I need to do now with him is the grey areas I need to go over with null oil. Just go over those one more time. I need to paint his eyes green, and then just generally tidy up the grey area, the really light grey sear areas. I need to repaint some of those. But apart from that, he's done.
Mate, that's awesome. You're not doing any metallics on it at all for the feet and everything?
What's that, mate?
Are you doing any metallics on the feet and stuff like that?
Funnily enough, that's an interesting thing, because one of the things I found with using contrast paints is as soon as I started using contrast paints, I stopped using metallic paints entirely.
Oh,
because
right.
because I use the contrast paints can represent metallics like bronzes and things like that so nicely. I just thought I don't need to use metallic paint anymore. I could just the contrast paints will just do that job anyway. So no, I won't be doing any more metal work.
Right. Okay, mate.
Because I don't use any metallic paints at all. I'm pretty much, as soon as I started using contrast, I stopped. But there he's looking. Oh gosh, he's looking really great, actually. Yeah, can't believe how quickly I've managed to get him done. That's fantastic.
We should do more of these painted chats in 80. We should do more of these, mate. You get some more stuff painted.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I'm painting I'm paint a lot of the time. Well, I mean, I'm not so much at the moment because I've much gone through all my stuff. But I've got lots of Titans I need to paint up. That's going to be the other thing I need to start to look at, because all my troop stuff virtually all done, all of that there. But it's I enjoy it anyway. And as I always say, if anyone wants to ask me anything, I mean, if I can't answer the question because I can't remember, or if it's something like, what do the other members of the team think, to which the answer is I have no idea, because a lot of the time, because all those conversations are long gone out of my memory. But anything else, I could, anything anybody wants to ask me anything to do with the time working at Games Workshop, if I can talk about it, I will talk about it. It's absolutely fine, and it's nice. One of the things I really enjoy is the Discord server that you have, because it's great on the. I mostly contribute to the Epic Space Marine one, and it's great seeing what people do on that, and it's great seeing ideas about stuff. I really like it. Really enjoyed that part. It's a really
yes,
cool.
That's great having you there, mate. It's been really nice. I think people really appreciate you coming in there and sharing your stuff and commenting and stuff. I think that's really nice to have
people
who was there.
People are painting some beautiful stuff. There's no doubt about it. There's the talent that I see people, and it's a labour of love, and it really shows. And I love it, absolutely love it. But I should probably push off. Actually, I should probably push off.
Okay,
now.
mate. That's fine, mate. Yeah, no problem. I appreciate you coming on, 80. I really do, and I'm sure everyone does as well. And
I've loved it. Definitely want to do. I'm sure you'll do others of these, and definitely want to come back on and do take part again. Mate. But it's been brilliant. I've absolutely loved it. It's been a fantastic.
Great. So glad you did. Thank you so much.
So I've taken it. There's a little button on it that just says leave. I press that.
That'll.
Okay,
enjoy your
See you
evening,
later. I'll see you later, buddy. Right.
Have a good night,
mate. Thanks, 80. See ya. That was really nice of him to come and join us, actually. For 80, that was great.
Hopefully, I won't be quite so starstruck when he next time. I'll actually be able to think of a few things to ask him myself. I was just here going, "Holy crap! What do I say?" I was just thinking about all the different White Dwarfs and battle reports. It's like, I have no idea what I want to ask you, mate. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Because I know that he's busy during the weekends with his wife's work, so I knew that the weekends are just like totally out of the question. So through the week, I think I thought I'd just take the punt and ask him. He said, "Yeah, okay." So I said, "Okay, great." So he's very, very generous in his time and that, and he's always very genuine, and I really like that about 80.
Yeah,
he's just down to earth and everything. I like that. And so that's good. So mate, think of some questions next time you want to ask him. So I added him to our group on Messenger, so that he knows when we're doing a live stream, so he can always jump in whenever he wants to. Then.
Like I said, there's oddly enough, I was reading the battle report they did at the scenario, the 2nd edition 40k one, where they did a sort of a Zulu style reenactment, where what was it? I think the Praetorian Guard or something, and some locals guarding a farmstead, and just waves of orcs coming over the hill.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And I believe it was AD Wood that was AD that was in charge of the orcs in that particular one, which would make sense because I believe it was his boxy dreadnoughts from back in the day that he converted up.
Ah, all right. Was Praetorian Guard a 2nd edition thing?
Huh?
Was Praetorian Guard out in 2nd edition, or was that like a 3rd edition thing?
I'm sure it was 2nd edition. Were the Praetorians the red uniforms and white helmets? Was that the Praetorians?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think they were towards the end of 2nd ed.
Okay. Because I got confused myself with thinking that, that was definitely a 3rd edition or 2nd edition or 4th edition release or whatever it might be. And then now I've got the White Dwarfs here. I'm looking back and thinking, no, you twit, that they weren't. They were like, they're releasing that time. I've sort of got your memory kind of plays tricks on you kind of thing. You know what I mean? The older you get, it gets all muddled up and mixed up. And, I'm sort of like, 100% on something, then realizing, oh, hang on, no, I've made a mistake there. It's actually released at that time. So, like as the Slaughterer for Fantasy, I thought it was definitely a 5th edition release, but no, it wasn't. It was a 4th edition release. So that kind of thing.
Well, I'm pretty sure it was a 2nd ed one because I haven't got any White Dwarfs from 3rd edition. So it would definitely have been a 2nd ed, the 2nd ed 40k era for the White Dwarf battle reports. Anyway, cup of tea is very nice, love. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's good.
That's right. I figured out how to put the chat up next to it whilst I'm going, so I can actually see the chat as it comes up and try and read it as it goes. Oh yeah. Sci-Fi 72 says he thinks it was a battle report to highlight the difference between weapon skill and attacks for orcs around the end of 2nd, start of 3rd. Now, I'm pretty sure it might have been coming up towards the end of 2nd, but nothing had been mentioned for 3rd yet, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm still a few White Dwarfs away from completing my collections for the 2nd ed 40k. And then my mission is to go back in time and collect the ones that go for 2nd edition Epic. Just collect all the White Dwarfs that are out over that time frame, just then, because it's just like the odd little article that appears in them as you go through in the battle reports.
Looks like Jonny has disappeared altogether, which is a real shame. I don't know why he just doesn't use his camera on his computer. Doesn't need to use the iPhone camera. I don't know why he's determined to using it. So if you're there, Jonny, just use your PC camera, mate. That's all you need. That's what I'm using.
Yeah, that's why I stopped using my phone after it died last night. It's like, I've got to stop using my phone.
Yeah. No,
so my brother come over.
We figured we figured that your phone died as to your disappearance.
No, I got my brother to come over and give us a hand because sometimes things shut off on my computer, and I have no idea with computers.
Yeah, me too, mate.
So when things shut down, it confuses me and shuts me down basically. So now my brother came around, gave us a hand. So I've got the webcam on my laptop set up for when I'm showing off my beautiful face. And then when we've had enough of that, I can switch over to this one, which is just like a little GoPro.
Ah, that's cool, isn't it? A GoPro. Okay, I've never used one, but it seems very handy for what you're doing.
Well, I got I've had it for a while, but I was watching there's an Aussie that does like outback sort of adventure videos. I don't know if you've heard of him, called Field Days.
No,
if you like just going out catching cooks and stuff like that, he does really good content. And yeah, he was saying like everything he does is just filmed on GoPros. I was like, well, you know, especially after, like I said, that shenanigans last night annoyed me, trying to get it all up and working. So it's like, no, I know I've got it. I'm going to try and dig the thing out and see if it works.
Yeah, it works a treat, mate. Honestly, the picture's really clear too. So it does a good job. Good. Your missus said, so Danny isn't the only one who cleans their brush in their mouth.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's part of the trade when you're a miniature painter. Yeah,
yeah. Funnily enough, actually, it's a good thing the camera wasn't on me because I washed my brush in my teacup.
Oh, yeah. Like I don't have any sake here on the table. Otherwise, I would have done the same thing, mate. I would have dipped it straight in there.
Yeah, I'm still drinking my tea though.
Good on you. Good on you.
Not gonna. A bit of paint isn't going to ruin the tea.
Keep it stumm. If you don't like the tip of your brush, the handles can explode. If you don't like lick the tip of your brush, the handles can explode.
Oh yeah.
Secret though.
Don't... Oh yeah. No, that could be quite possible actually. That's why this one's covered in sellotape.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we've got some topics I want to bring up in our chat as well. That I thought would be nice each session we do, mate. So we've got like a sort of a theme that we can talk about, and we also want to do some community shout outs too. And Jonny's got a picture here. I'm going to put them on. I'll compile them together. If you've got any photos in the community you want to share, I'll put them into like a PowerPoint display, and then we can go through it in another Natter.
Yeah, I noticed you were saying I'll have
to
actually start doing that. I'm terrible when it comes to looking on social media sort of stuff. There's very little I actually look at, so I really should start having a look around a bit more.
Yeah, just anything from the Facebook group, mate. The 40K Facebook group. There's always stuff on there that's really cool that people are doing. Yeah, we'll just do a couple of shout outs for people every now and again.
Yeah, I mean the only guy I really do watch on is like YouTube, particularly, other than yourself or Bring and Battle. That's the most common one. But the one that I watch the most, get his name right, because I always get the two mixed up. There's two that are really similar, and I keep getting them mixed up. Just have a look. Yeah, Miniscapes.
Oh, Miniscapes. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I really love his stuff. I've been watching him for quite a while, and all his Imperial Fist stuff that he's done recently, like that, I really do like.
Yeah, he's got a lot of 40. Well, he does it pretty much exclusively 40K, doesn't he?
Yeah,
that guy. I'm going to turn my heater on, mate. It's going to be cool. I was actually going to make another cup of tea or coffee or something in a minute too. As well, I think it's time. I don't have a lovely wife to call to ask me to make a cup of coffee or tea, do I? So she's asleep, mate. She went to bed at like 2 o'clock in the morning, watching anime on bloody Amazon, Netflix, what it was. I was really surprised that she was up so late. Yeah, so she won't be getting up anytime soon to make me some tea or coffee. So I'll have to do it myself. So I'm going to try to contact Jonny as well to see if he's still around or still awake.
I shall carry on. I'll try and keep an eye on that. I do the same with my brush before I put in the polish gel. I blame Danny for that. Yeah, my fault. Rub off on your love. It's all bad habits. And
see if he's going to come. Yeah. John Webb will be coming tomorrow, so I don't know if you're free tomorrow at all, mate.
Yeah. I should be free tomorrow evening as well.
Okay, mate. And then tomorrow is going to be. Now let me just check this because today's the 30th. Tomorrow's the 31st. That's your 30th.
Yes.
And I'm even thinking about, because I'm a sad git, doing it on the 1st of January, which will be because it's going to be like. I'm in the future, so I'm 8 hours or 9 hours in the future from you guys, and I'm a good 12 hours in the future for guys in the US. So I'd be basically, it's like already 2025, you'll be in 2024, and then whoever's there, I mean, people should be out celebrating or partying or whatever. In Japan, no one really does that here. Everyone just sits around a TV and watches TV shows and celebrates it on the next day. So I might do it. I might do a live stream that day, depending how I feel.
Oh yeah, I mean that'll be 9 o'clock in the evening my time. I may well be a few glasses in with a couple of people over on that by the time it hits for the.
Well, that's the best thing about it, because I think I'm going to just sit here with some booze in the morning and just drink, and because it's New Year's Day, why not? I mean, I don't particularly expect to do anything that much apart from having a really nice lunch with the family and stuff. So I might sit here with something to drink and talk to you guys or whoever's there in Zoom and YouTube land or whatever. And see you guys come into the new year, 2025, do the countdown show. So who knows? Well, I've still got stuff to paint. I mean,
Yeah. Hang on, no, because it's Sunday today. So tomorrow's stream, the next stream will actually be the 30 days. How's it, Tim? Oh yeah, no, there's 31 days in December, isn't there? God, I'm terrible.
Yeah, 31 days, mate. Yeah.
Do you know what? I probably will be able to show myself at some point on the New Year's Eve, I reckon, as well.
Yeah. I mean, even if you're half cut, it doesn't matter. I mean, even better, I think.
Yeah.
Do you get fireworks in Japan for New Year? Or is it different New Year like China? Yeah, basically in Japan, what they do is, and I sort of discovered this when I went to see an old girlfriend, an old flame of mine. This is many years ago. because I came during this time, so New Year's, and I went to her family's house, and we sat around and talked. We went out for dinner. It was a really nice dinner. And I was thinking, okay, they must have some kind of fireworks display, or there's something special on New Year's Eve. But instead she says, okay, well, I'm going to take you back to the hotel now. So she drove me back to the hotel, and I thought, okay. And that was it. That was, I think it was about 10 o'clock or something like that, or 9 o'clock or whatever, really early. And that was it. Like, no one celebrates New Year's Eve. Like in Australia, we do like a big fireworks display, do the countdown and everything like that. Japan is kind of strange. It's like everyone sits around the TV, watches the New Year TV shows and this is no joke, there'll be like a show where guys are dressed up in black, like full black, like completely in balaclavas and everything, with these big black dongas of battens, right? Big rubber battens, basically. And they chase these other celebrity type guys around some kind of themed, course, if you like. There's something that these people have got to do, and these other guys in black are chasing after them and smacking them over the head with these huge bloody donga things. And that's one of the entertainment things they have on Japanese TV. That and a music show that runs all the way through until the countdown at New Year's. And that's basically it. And that's what people do. They don't really go out or do anything like that. It's all very, very quite low key. And then the next day, everyone goes to the shrine to pray for the new year. That's Hatsumode. So that's really important for Japanese people to go to the shrine and pray for the new year. A lot of people, like businesses, will pay extra to have their sign out. My wife did that one year, and to have like a monk, pray over them and that kind of stuff to bless them basically for the new year coming and that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's the most important thing for Japanese. And of course, they don't celebrate Christmas. It's all about Kentucky Fried Chicken, and eating Kentucky Fried Chicken and like strawberry, like shortcake and stuff like that. It's quite funny. It's very different. Yeah, it's very different from when I was in Australia. That's for sure. And I'm sure it's different from what you're experiencing in the UK, mate, on New Year's.
Yeah. New Year's is usually quite a big thing over here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do they actually have any like public holidays or anything over in Japan?
Yeah, you got public holidays. Yep. So you've got Golden Week, which is around April. April tends to be my favorite month because you got Golden Week in there, which is usually 3-4 days where people don't work. Usually 4 or 5 days or something like that. Goes over through a weekend, and then it's Sakura season, so all the cherry blossoms are in bloom. Then it's my birthday, so that's always good. We always go out for dinner or do something nice, and the weather is sort of now transitioning into something that's more pleasant. Not as cold. It's just a nice time of year. So you got that holiday, and then you got Obon holiday, which basically is people going to the grave sites, worshipping their ancestors, inviting their spirits back into their home to celebrate their life or whatever, and then saying, please go back to the graves and we'll see you again next year. So
all right,
that's another holiday that they have here. And that's when basically all the companies, because like in Japan it's kind of different from other countries. Like in Australia, you could say, you could designate exactly what days you want off out of your 20 days per year kind of thing. You could say, okay, I want a week off in May, I want a week off in, we want to go on a trip or something in September. Well, in Japan it's completely different. It's all set. So everyone has the holidays at the same time. Yeah, in a way it's kind of sucks, but in another way it's kind of good. So it sucks in that everything's really expensive. When you want to travel somewhere, it's like 10 times the price. and then everyone's going on holiday, so it's really busy. But on the other side, it's like everyone's off, so everyone can have a holiday together. You can plan things, do stuff, or whatever.
All right.
So, and then they have little other holidays, spread out through the year, like like every other country. Like there's like you got the Queen's, or now the King's birthday. We've got like the Emperor's Day, birthday, things like that. And of course, you've got the school holidays. And now we've got New Year holidays, so most of the companies, or everyone closes like 3 days to celebrate New Year's, and so my wife's not working now, which is good. And yeah, mate. So that's basically the public holiday system here. Danny, you got a question for you, mate, because you painted up Blood Angels, the Death Guard. Now the Red Cross. Which shoulder pad is it on? Is it on the right shoulder pad or left shoulder pad?
Death Company. It can be on either.
Oh, can it?
Yeah. You can literally. It's I from what I can gather, it's kind of artist's choice, really. It's just you can put the red crosses on either shoulder pads. You can put them on knees. You can put them on their greaves. You can replace it with blood drops if you want to. The blood drop one doesn't necessarily work on their left shoulder pad because that's where you put the Blood Angels insignia. So the red crosses work better on those ones than the blood drops do. But you can put the crosses like anywhere you like.
Okay, mate. Oh, that's good. This is for the epic stuff. I'm not brave enough to put a Blood Angels insignia on their shoulder pads. I'll just do a cross.
So. Oh, on the epic stuff, yeah. No, I'd that would be quite an interesting one to attempt.
I've got to say, though, if you look at some of the old Golden Demon entries for Epic, they were outstanding. Some of the stuff those people were doing with 6mm models was quite intimidating.
See, actually, it's funny you mentioned the Golden Demon entries from the White Dwarfs back in the day. That's what I'm doing this Warp Spider. Is I'm trying to copy the one that won the 1994 one. Hang on, I should just get it up quickly.
Okay, mate. Yeah.
Move stuff out of the way. Yeah.
Is this for you? Is this for you, mate? This model, or these Warp Spiders? Are they commissioned?
Yeah. No, these are for me to go into for my Eldar army. These ones. Okay. So so it's from White Dwarf 185 is the one where you can actually. There you go. See, there you go. White Dwarf 185, and it's there we go. Those ones.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Gary Taylor.
Yeah.
Place. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so. I've done the like you see that little bit of webby bit. I've tried to do that there with some lead wire.
Right.
So I'm gonna do a video on that one on how I did that. And I'm gonna try and copy this color scheme with it because it's just such a lovely color scheme. Hang on a minute.
How's it different? Is it just the gold on the weapons that's the main difference from the original?
Yeah, it's the gold on the weapons, and I think a bit of the blue detailing. I think makes a bit different.
Right.
There you go. Now it's not mirrored. That's better. Let's see if I can get a better one. There we go. That's better.
Yeah.
So, from what I can see, it's mostly the gold on the guns. You've got the blue parts are a bit different as well, and he's also done, which I really want to try and do, like the sort of white lines in there as well. I don't know if that's showing up on the picture. Got like some little white lines inside the actual gun part as well, which I want to try and imitate.
Right. I can just faintly see those. Yeah.
I haven't quite managed to pull off that effect. I don't think. It's not quite as. My one's a little bit smaller and a little bit more squished up, but for a first attempt, it's not too bad.
Yeah. And you're starting with a grey undercoat, eh?
Yeah. I start with a grey undercoat. I quite like the grey that I use. It's basically from a company called High Coat. You know, it's a car body primer.
Right.
So it's quite hard wearing and quite resilient, and it's quite a nice light grey as well. So it's easy to work with.
Okay, mate. Yeah, it seems very smooth when you paint it.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of rattle cans and that lot for priming up.
Moody Hammer says, that's a great question since I'm sending these bad boys in a few days. It's one of your customers, mate.
Oh, is it?
Moody Hammer? He says, I'm sending these in a few days, so I don't know if that means he's sending them to you.
I don't know.
Okay, there you go.
Know.
Yeah.
Never quite interesting unless he's got a different name.
Don't know, mate. Well, he's painted these crosses a bit of a pain in the ass, I must say.
Yeah.
Yeah. 6 mil, mate. That looks fucking awful, actually. I'll have to go over that. That looks terrible.
What's that going on your epic stuff?
Yeah, this is the epic stuff. Zane. Ah, cool. Okay, that's Zane. That's one of my customers. Sorry, mate.
Oh, right, there we go.
I'm doing the Blood Angel army for him. He's getting some stuff ready to send over for me. I think it's just the transfers. He was waiting on getting some more transfers for me. So thanks, Zane. That's awesome, mate. Appreciate that. Okay, now I think I said before when I got sidetracked about sort of questions.
Yeah.
So let's think of some. I've come really prepared for this. So yeah, spray. I think primers are a good one because you mentioned some car body spray paint that you use.
Yeah.
And because I use Mr. Hobby. I don't know if you can get it there, but I use that as a primer for my miniatures. And I think people use different things. I used Vallejo airbrush primer for a long time as well, and I still use that from time to time. But I guess everyone has their own sort of preferred primer. Have you dabbled with different primers over the years at all, Danny?
I've never used airbrush primer. I've thought about it a few times, but it's never really seemed to balance out really for me when it comes to cost-wise, because I can get, like I say, when it comes to the primer that I use, the rattle can stuff, I just order it off eBay on bulk. So I'll order like 6 cans at a time. They're like 400 ml cans, I think. I've got one somewhere. Where is it? 400 ml? Yeah, 400 ml cans. They're, typical spray can size. And I'll get them for like £6 a go. So, when ordering that many at a time, it works out a lot cheaper, especially compared to the Games Workshop ones. They're like 12. It's like half the price of the Games Workshop primers.
Yeah, I mean, they're really expensive, mate. Even here, they're so expensive. Bloody hell.
Yeah. And like I say, I've never seen the need to go over to the airbrush ones because I've never had a problem going out into a well-ventilated area to use the rattle cans, because I know that's a concern for some people. But where I am, I can either, if it's not raining outside, I just pop outside and just spray them up against my fence. And if it is raining, I just open the door really wide and spray out of the door.
I had to laugh during one podcast, I think it was in the Bedroom Battlefields one, where he was interviewing somebody, Matthew was interviewing somebody, and they commented about something like that, using the rattle can outside there. Like they went outside to spray something, and he was rattling his can, just spraying something, and his next door neighbor's like, "What's he doing?" And then he's obviously rattling his spray can or something like that, and the other guy's thinking, "Is he a wargamer too?" And it just happened that they were actual wargamers. They were spraying up their models, and they could just hear the rattle can going, and that was just the noise that set it off. To think, oh, he must be a wargamer too, and sure enough, there he was, spraying up his stuff. I think it was a funny story. Then
that is an amazing story, to be honest.
I mean, I have a similar and similar kind of feeling towards or analogy towards using rocks and small stones for basing or whatever, because you're probably like me, Danny. You go somewhere and you think, oh shit, that'd be good to use some of this material. You find it somewhere in the bush or whatever, and I'd bring that little container to the park, and I'd go there sifting through the fine gravel on the floor. And I think if someone's just walking by, they think you're an absolute nutcase, and I think they're thinking, why is this guy picking up small stones and putting into a little box? It must seem so strange for somebody else to look at that if you're not a war game, if you're not a hobbyist or something like that.
Yeah, that's very true.
So I bought a pack from the hobby store. It cost about $6 or something like that, but it's all like refined little stones and shit, that kind of thing, from a hobby like a train model thing, whatever. And I feel better now. I feel it's so strange when you're walking around outside and picking things up off the floor. You think you must be desperate, or they'll just give you money or something. They think, oh, the poor bastard's got no money. Or something like that. He's trying to pick up some moss or something to eat or whatever.
Yeah.
So your wife said, Danny, can we give a rattle can to Danielle?
Oh, to Daniel, yeah. That's my youngest.
Daniel, sorry.
Yeah, that's my youngest. And no, we can't.
Okay.
Go everywhere.
Is your boy getting into... Did you mention that the other day? Your boy's getting into this as well?
Yeah, my youngest really enjoys watching battle reports.
Right.
I've got my middle one. He likes the gaming side of it, but he's not too keen on the painting side of it.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I'm not too worried about that, to be honest, because you get all like different people are interested in all sorts of different aspects of the hobby.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, let's be honest about it. You wouldn't have potential jobs for commission painters like ourselves if everybody absolutely, raved and loved the painting side of it all the time.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's not for everybody, man. Not for the faint-hearted. That's why bringing Ballard got you, mate, as your sponsor, mate. Hey.
Yeah.
So if anybody wasn't, So if anybody wasn't aware, Danny is a commission painter like myself. So Cauldron of Blood is it Cauldron of Paint, not Cauldron of Blood?
Cauldron of Paint.
Cauldron of Paint. You probably end up being dipped in a Cauldron of Blood or something like that, sacrificed or something like that, maybe. Giving the special
funny story actually when it comes to that one.
Why is that, mate?
You know the I don't know if you've seen them, the new Chaos Knight models for Age of Sigmar, Warhammer Fantasy, whatever that Games Workshop have done. The plastic kits, you might not have seen them. They're very nice models, but they are a nightmare to put together, and they've got so many like proper spiky bits all over them that I genuinely almost drew blood trying to press those damn things together when building them. Like I was joking about it with a mate. I said, I know Chaos likes to have its blood sacrifices, but I didn't realise they were actually trying to take this thing literally now.
Oh, jeez. Is that the Slaves to Darkness box set you're talking about?
I think it might be, yeah. They are really, really nice models, but they are so horrible to put together.
Yeah. Yeah, just the instruction manuals just fill me with dread. Those new kits.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. It's not so much the instruction manuals; they're not too hard to follow. It's their sprue organization. Like they have so many parts. You'll have like torsos on one sprue, legs on another sprue, weapons on the third sprue, and heads will be on the fourth sprue that's in a part buried behind the rest of them. And it's like, seriously, can you not just put one dude on one sprue and another dude on another sprue, and so put all the parts together? Yeah.
No, I totally agree with you, mate. I think most of it's a big piss take, and I'm sure someone's having a good laugh at Games Workshop about all that. Because,
yeah. I mean, you're not telling me with the technology they've got today that they can't piece together a logical sprue setup.
Yeah. Yep. And I think a lot of it's like they're trying to fill in every single space and every single void. So they don't want any area of that sprue with just a gap, like this, with just nothing there. So they're just going to make up stuff. So they've got to like splice things in half and, you know, all this kind of shit. And I've talked to John about it. He reckons, no, that's not why. And I said, okay, that's what I think anyway. Having done an entire that high elf army, that was absolute hell to put that together. I'll never do that again.
Oh yeah.
In fact, no, mate. That's sorry. No. I know you said you really enjoy putting together plastic kits, and but you know I don't. I just love the one-piece metal models. Pull them out, clean them up, put them on a base, and away you go. But yeah, I can see why people would enjoy doing that. You know, doing what you like to do and put them together. So, yeah.
Like I said, I think with me it comes from my origins in Airfix models and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, like vehicle kits are those are the kits for me that I really enjoy doing.
Right.
I mean, to be honest, actually, I do genuinely enjoy putting together a lot of the older metal miniatures. It's a very different process to putting together the plastic ones. Like the plastic ones are a lot easier to put together, like the new plastic kits when you got plastic glue and all sorts of stuff like that. Like once you're actually putting the pieces together, they're so much easier to do. Like mold lines are easier to remove and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But there's just, I don't know, there's something about the process of building a metal miniature that I quite like. Ooh. What we got here? I always thought they disorganized the modern sprues to discourage resellers from selling box components piecemeal, i.e. reselling just the high elf of Isle of Blood. High elf half of the... Oh, I get you. That could be true, but I've seen people on eBay selling models where they've just snipped all the parts off the sprues, so I don't know if that would be a massive discouragement to the resellers. But you never know, that's true. Sci-Fi 72 and my missus are quite happily discussing different ways of tormenting my son. Fair enough, I'll leave them to
it. Okay. I've got Marek here. Oh, mate, Marek. Hi, guys. How are you? How are the White Wolf nights coming, mate? Sorry, I got distracted with Epic. I should get back to those in just a moment, actually. This is what these paint and chats were supposed to do to motivate me to get those across the line and get them painted and finished. So I will put the Epic stuff away, Marek, I promise, and get back to the White Wolves. Well, we made a little bit of progress there, so that's okay. We're doing our 30 minutes a day of, you know, working towards something. So I don't feel so bad. I'm doing it like, I don't know, and that's a good topic to bring up too, Danny. You know, we talked about motivation before, and I don't think it's a lack of motivation that we have. It's just like time and management, that kind of stuff. And we find these paint sessions a good way of getting stuff that we want to do personally.
Yeah, very much so.
But
I mean, this, for example, this warp spider is kind of a practice run for a future video sort of thing.
Right.
That's what those Chaos Marines were last night. Those are the ones which I'm doing the conversion parts for the video, but those guys are just the ones that make up the unit, which aren't going in the video, but need to go into, like the final shot sort of thing.
Yes. Yep. That's a good little test before you get to do the filming and everything, and that way you can the process of how to do everything, like all the, especially those freehand lines on the back of those guys. That's going to be quite daunting to do for anybody, either yourself or somebody else who's never done the freehand markings on the back of those back plates of them.
Yeah. See, actually, I'm getting quite adept at doing relatively simple freehand stuff. You know, things like the spider's webs. It's just basically like sort of slightly straight, curved lines making it up.
Yep.
Oddly enough, the ones that really trip me up are things like chapter markings.
The super symmetrical,
yeah,
designs. I like. Old Holy Diver yesterday remarked on my shields I did for the Shadow Warriors. Said, are they decals? I said, no, mate, they're all transfers because there are no decals for those things as far as I know. But I learned the way. We didn't have decals, or we didn't have a quick fix for a lot of that stuff. And if you wanted to get the same looking designs for things, you had to just do it yourself. There is no easy solution to it.
No, that's why I'm a big lover of decals.
Mm-hmm.
I've made that one of my missions, is to get good with them, to actually make them look good, because decals do have you do run a risk when you're using them of them looking like decals.
Yes, and yeah, you cover that a lot in your videos, and I found that quite helpful for someone who's coming back to decals. It's like doing stuff for Zane stuff for his Blood Angels and everything. I'm doing a lot of decals, especially on rounded surfaces and stuff like that, which I found really painful to get around.
Oh yeah, very much so. See, because I use the micro sol and the micro set stuff for putting the decals on, but I know like the micro sol is the decal softener, which will help it go around the shoulder pads and curved surfaces. But especially when it comes to doing the older GW decals, because some of them were quite a bit thicker than the ones you get now, the micro sol isn't quite aggressive enough to get them to bend round the shoulder pads properly. So I think ones like, I don't know what you can get over in Japan, but you can get some more aggressive decal softeners, which work a lot better for it.
Yeah, I'm using the Tamiya ones, mate. The Tamiya
right.
and Mr. Hobby ones. Yeah, because I can't get the micro sol, micro set ones here. And
okay.
I think they're made in the United States, from what I heard people say.
To be honest with you, mate, I don't know.
And then I asked my mate Sander here, who's part of Scum for Custom Scum for Bag, or what I keep calling it Scumbag. It's not Scumbag. It's Scum for Custom Decals. Like his own decal thing in Japan here. And I asked him about it. He said, yeah, just use the Tamiya ones, because they're just the same thing, same
yeah.
Same what have you, same recipe or whatever. GM Cody's in the house. GM Cody, good to see you, mate. I messaged you yesterday or this morning or whatever to see how you're going, and see if you want to join us at some point for a paint and chat. He's surprised and happy to see some warp spiders. He's an Eldar player himself, so
good.
Encouraged to see that. I can smell it from inside when Danny is priming models. Yeah, I know, it's a horrible smell. That it's not very healthy to breathe in. Daka Flacker Flame. Hello, how you going, mate? Got a nice little goblin or snotling there. When people have split slate on gardens, pieces may have jumped into my pocket.
Yeah. I have to confess to being guilty to that one a couple of times as well.
Well, wasn't it Tim Prow who did all the slate basing for his dioramas? Remember that? Yeah, all that he did a lot of dioramas, like the Dark Angel one he did, and the Eldar Aspect Warriors, or whatever they were. But yeah, he used like slate, like proper slate, and I think, geez, that must be really hard to drill into. They must have just directly glued the models on them. I don't know how they did it.
It's not actually, slate's not that hard to drill into, to be honest.
Oh, is it? Okay, well, they do it into it. Okay, gotcha. Right.
Yeah, no, I've used it a few times myself. It's actually surprisingly not that hard. I mean, it is, but if you've got decent drill bits when you're doing it, it's not a difficult thing to get through. And if you've got something like a Dremel, then you're going to whiz through it.
Right. Yeah, I've got a Dremel. I just hardly ever use it. Well, it's not a Dremel.
No, to be fair, there's not a lot I use it on, really.
I was using it to clean my miniatures, like when I strip something. I really don't like stripping miniatures at all. I prefer not to do it at all. But you always get that sort of dried up specks of paint inside the crevices and creases and stuff. And I was just using that brush tool, that wire brush tool, to clean them off properly before priming them and polishing them, basically.
Oh yeah, I find I use the diamond grinding bits quite a bit on them, with like for taking out extra chunks on metal miniatures if it needs doing, like on the Devastators, stuff like that, where the backpacks fit into the little knob holes that they've done in the back of the heavy weapons. I find I put the diamond grinding bit into a Dremel and make that hole a lot bigger. Things fit in a lot better that way.
Right. Well, we've got Daka Flacker Flame saying in the winter he buys bags of traction sand, which is more tiny rocks than actual sand. It sounds like it's really fine. Traction. Okay. It's a new one. All right, we got Nightfall 8. I always thought they disorganized them. Okay, you already talked about the one. Thanks, mate, about that one. Okay, talking about the sprues and that kind of thing, how they organize that.
Yeah.
Barbarian former Nathaniel. Nathaniel. Okay, how you going, mate? Nice to see you here. Planet Tobal TV does finish painting all the gems on the HeroQuest heroes. Awesome. I don't think my eyes work anymore. That's great to hear, mate. I know he's working on that. That's really nice to hear someone painting up a classic set of Milton Bradley HeroQuest miniatures, which are still fantastic, I think.
Oh yeah.
I've only been from 2 hours. It feels like we've been going for a lot longer, but it's only like 2 hours and 11 minutes.
Oh,
maybe just warming up. Just warming up. I think I'll need to get that cup of tea or something soon. I'm sort of fading a little bit.
Yeah, my missus is just making me a fresh one now, actually.
got the kettle on. Yeah, good on you, mate.
Gotta love her.
And there's no word from Jonny, so I think Jonny has just disappeared into the twilight. He's probably just given up, the poor old bugger. So
if he's anything like me, he's probably sat in the middle of his studio or whatever, rocking backwards and forwards with broken technology around him.
Yeah, or said a few choice words like I would have said. I usually have a few nice words to say to my computer when things don't go my way.
Yeah.
It doesn't make it work any better. It just feels better. Just letting off a bit of steam. Yeah.
Although I actually surprised myself the other day, I started having some troubles with my editing software for something. I can't remember what it was I was doing, but it wasn't quite working, and I thought I'd lost a load of clips or something. And I actually managed to control myself long enough to figure out what had happened. I found it again. I was quite impressed with myself.
All right.
Doesn't happen very often, but sometimes.
If enough swearing's involved, it does clear up things sometimes. What editing software do you use, mate?
DaVinci Resolve.
Okay, I've heard other people use DaVinci, yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good one, actually. I use obviously the completely free one.
All right.
And you can, I'm barely even scratching the surface of what you can do with this one. And it's so much stuff you can do. There's a guy on YouTube which has got some really in-depth videos, but I just need to have like proper time to sit down and watch them, because I can't watch that sort of a video in the background like I do normally and like take it in without really paying attention to it.
Right. Okay, mate. I'll have to. Well, I don't really need another editor. I think I'm just very comfortable with my iMovie editor on my Mac. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I know there's some really good editing software out there if you really want to get into it. I just don't have the time to delve into do anything too complex, really.
No.
I'm sure. So I'm the same. I did something the other day. It was a while back now, but I did something. I clicked something on my keyboard, and it had this sort of little puff of smoke appear, like a little icon thing. And I thought, what the hell did I do?
That's not what you want to see.
It was something cool though. It did something cool, but I don't know how I did it. And I must have just pressed a combination of buttons right at the same time, and it just did something. So. And then you discover something else, and you think, shit, I didn't even know that. Like, for all these years, I've been doing this, and I didn't know you could do that. And there you go. So,
yeah. Now, there's only really a couple other little extra bits and bobs I want to learn how to do with it. I think I like to try and keep my editing style fairly simple.
Yep.
I don't think you need... I don't think there's any content creators out there, really, which do, like, amazing, crazy video effects and stuff like that for painting videos, because it's not what the video's for, is it?
Well
done, darling. What are you on about? Oh, I just finished painting all the gems on my hero quest. Read that one, and another one from the Trouble and Strife saying, well done, darling. I've no idea what she's on about, but thank you, love.
Yeah. So lovely encouragement there.
Yeah.
From Danny's wife. Yeah, why not?
I think, to be honest, she enjoys it when I'm down in more than anything, because I'm not in her hair.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, my wife's the same. Like, I go down and say, hey, darling, you okay? Yeah, okay. Or I just get a grunt, which means everything's all right. I think I get the same sort of reaction out of my son, really.
Yeah.
I think they're sort of happy for me to be here. And yeah, me and my wife, I don't know if you're the same, Danny, but me and my wife sort of have kind of not separate lives, but we just do our own thing. We're not clingy, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need to be there 24/7. And I don't think, like, she watches TV. I don't like watching TV. So I need to do something. Otherwise, I'm going to go crazy, and so I need to be.
Enough, mate. Yeah, no, we are exactly the same. Like, we both got our own things. Like, she does a nail art and stuff like that. I do this. We still, we show the appropriate amount of interest in each other's things. Because it's quite interesting watching a bit of a nail art and stuff like that. And I think she's kind enough to fake enough interest to not at least glaze over when I start going into full Games Workshop nerd mode.
Yeah.
And like I say, we just got our own lives sort of thing. Just we let each other do it.
Yeah, that's the way to go. Because I was dating one girl at the stage where it was like, we're talking about, it's getting serious, and I was like, okay, well, I need my own little space. I'm in my man cave to do some painting and stuff like that. And she was like mortified at that prospect of like, oh, well, you're not going to be around me like all the time. I was like, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I need my separation. So that didn't work out, which is good because she's a bit of a nutter anyway. So
yeah, you're not lying about that.
Yeah. Kitty Cat's just come say hello as well.
Oh, hey. Mascot, mate.
Yeah.
It's the kitty cat and the cauldron.
Oh yeah. That's right. Only my missus come down. He's a proper mummy's boy, that cat.
Well, she's making all that tea. She must be making a lot of cat food or whatever, preparing the dishes for the cat as well, mate.
What is editing? It's that thing you do, Rich, if you have a computer and do stuff on there.
Yeah.
Although again, let's be fair. I mean, I don't think, like, you look at Bring a Battle, like Rich and Jason's battle report, stuff like that. You don't. That's the good thing with battle reports. You don't really need to do any amazing fancy editing, do you?
You don't. I mean, you can make it. You know, like you can make it as simple as you want. I mean, people are going to watch it. You know, if they like, and I watch their stuff. I like the long videos because I can just sit here and paint and just put my head up every now and again to see what's going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes that's a good thing, and I don't, if you want to see the videos on a regular basis, they do it one a week. You wouldn't want them to be editing because otherwise that's all they'll be doing, just editing, and it's a hard slog, that, as you know, making videos. It's not easy. It takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
So
I think it still takes me a good 3-4 days to get a video edited.
Oh yeah, mate, easy. Yep. Easy. So I'm thinking about what to do in the meantime for my channel as well, because I don't want to be a slave to YouTube, and because I know they're like, to be in the program, to be in the partnership program, you need to, produce content and all this kind of stuff. So, I mean, the live streams are obviously something, but I'm thinking about doing something in the interim between that and the Space Marine one to do, because that's going to take quite a while. I was in the thinking, oh yeah, I'll get it done before the end of the year. Well, there's just absolutely no way that's ever going to happen, considering it's going to be like a day away. And I haven't started the Orcs, and I haven't started any of the Marine vehicles. I haven't finished even the Death Guard, I haven't started the Warlord Titan. So that was kind of pie in the sky stuff. So I'm thinking about what to do.
I mean, I would say it's a shame you stopped doing painting videos, but it sounds like you want to do, like, because I want to do all Orcs and everything else like that. So, I mean, that's my painting tutorials.
Well, it's probably a good way to say, I've never enjoyed doing painting videos, but what I would have decided to do instead of that was, now I'm going to say that P word again, Patreon. On Patreon, I do my own Splatter Natters there, where I just sit and I have the camera, focusing on what I'm doing, and I just sit there and talk and paint for 30 minutes or something. And just do something, whatever it might be, something that's usually for myself or a commission or something like that. And that's sort of filling the void of the painting videos.
All right. Because I must say, like, I really liked your paint tutorials when you did them. That Chaos Dwarf one you did with on the Greater Taurus.
Yep.
Yeah, I really liked him. It's a shame because I'm assuming you painted that Orc Mega Gargant, the Bad Moons one.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, like, to watch how you did that yellow and everything else like that. The way you do your yellows and stuff like that is so Old Hammer bright and really vivid, with that lovely transition through to the orange. And I kind of struggle with that transition through. I've always wished you'd do one on that one, or do one where you do like the non-metallic gold that was done on the old Dante.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one I've always wanted to try it, but I can never quite pinpoint the colors to do. And the one time I tried non-metallic gold, it came out so bad. I've never had the courage to try it on, like, Dante himself.
All right. Well, who knows, Danny? I can't promise anything, mate. But I think for now, I think painting videos are sorted. They're covered. You got guys like yourself and loads of other people doing it.
No, definitely. You've got to do.
It wasn't a case of me thinking it's oversaturated. It was a case of I'm just not really enjoying the process of making these videos. Regardless of what people like.
That's the thing. You've got to really enjoy what you're doing as well, haven't you?
Yeah, and it's not going by views or popularity or anything like that. It's just that I just don't really feel like, if I'm going to invest time in editing something, I'd much rather do it for a battle report. I really enjoy doing those. And just putting all my energy into that. And in the painting videos, I can just do these Splatter Natter things. And if people want to ask us a question or whatever, we can answer them here and do it as more of a collective thing, or doing it as like a Patreon thing. You know, and I've got 2 other channels too, which I was going to highlight today actually, which are doing exactly that. They're just basically pre-recorded videos of me sitting down there for 30 minutes painting something and just talking and interacting with people's comments on the channel or whatever. And it's been really good for motivating me to do certain things and getting other projects realized. So without further ado, now that I've mentioned it, I better actually go and show you guys what they are. I'm not asking for people to sub me or like anything like that. I thought I'd just bring it to people's attention and focus to say these are out there, and if you want some more content, then you can watch these videos. So let's have a look. The first one, it's a brand new channel. It's called Swords and Sake. So because I love medieval knights and I love samurai, and I really wanted to make a very clear distinction between Crown of Command is basically all 90s Games Workshop games, and all the other content will be taken out of there and put into different channels. So if you want to watch me paint samurai or paint Baron's War, medieval knights, this is the channel that you should go to. And I've got a commission that I'm working on. I've just put it together, and I'm going to showcase that as well. That's for what's it called? Steed and Steel, I think the rule set's called. It's like medieval, like a jousting tournament rules and stuff. It looks very interesting. So David sent me all the Foundry models for that, so I'll get to show that and show the painting process for that kind of stuff, but not actual painting videos, but just showing like results. Okay, this is what I painted this week or what have you. So that's one of my channels. And the third one, it's been around for a little bit longer, is Temple of the East, and that's everything to do with confrontation. That's my other love and passion, which there is one painting video on. So if you want to learn non-metallic metals and all that kind of stuff, that was the only painting video I ever did for confrontation and that kind of thing. You can check it out.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'll be able to look at that one later, mate.
Yeah, and it's got a great interview with my mentor, Martin Granbarb. That's the wrong way of pronouncing his very wonderful French last name, but check that out. He's got a long history with Games Workshop. His first game he ever bought was Titan Legions. So Epic was his first foray into 90s Games Workshop games. But he's an amazing painter. I love his stuff. He's just a legend. He's a legend, this guy. Got hybrid games that I've covered with Paul. I really enjoyed that board game. That was really fun. And there'll be more content coming. And basically now I just do these paint and chat things. I just sit there and paint and talk. I do commissions and all other stuff there as well. So if you're looking for more content, if you like that kind of thing, like I said, I'm not asking for a sub, not asking for likes. I just create these channels for myself to motivate me to do stuff. And you can, visit them at your desire. There we go. Where am I? I don't know. I'm going to start shutting down all these other screens here. Hopefully I don't shut down the stream. That'll be quite sad.
No, stream's still going.
Okay, mate. I'll shut this one down. And the last one, which I should share as well.
Hang on. Good night to Rich. Yeah, Rich is off to bed.
Oh, good night, mate. Yeah, it's getting pretty late now. I don't know what time it is. What time is it?
It's 11:30 where I am.
Oh, that's all right. That's early days, mate.
Yeah, it's not too bad, really. It's a beautiful thing. I'm not relying on my phone, and it's not going to die on me.
Yes, yeah, exactly. The last one I'll share, and just to promote Dietz's channel. He came in yesterday. Dietz is a great YouTube, and we're talking about painting videos. I can't recommend this guy enough. I'm sure Danny would enjoy some of the content he makes as well. and I'm really happy to see him very successful in what he does. He has a very unique style of presenting, and he has a great passion for painting 90s miniatures. So if you're looking for someone else to look at and aspire to in the painting world, then Dietz is one of those guys. I'll go and check out Handful of Doom Miniatures. Yeah, the Manor one, he's mate, it's bloody skyrocketing in views. 18,000 views in 2 days. So good on him. Well done. I'm glad that 4 weeks of work paid off. You know, it's really nice to see. He's got some old Hammer stuff in here, like his father bought him this classic Orc box set. That's quite cool. I quite liked enjoying that. I haven't watched this one, the Great Unclean one, yet. He painted that really nicely too, actually. I watched the Siege Tower one. That's a great video. And my favorite high elf model, that's the Pegasus Rider hero. That's really cool.
Right.
And it's got great content on there. So yeah, did a Space Wolf. He did Ragnar Blackmane for the Olden Demon competition. And in fact, Danny, you got to enter it this year, mate. The Olden Demon.
I keep thinking about wanting to enter that one. I might have to see if I've got a model that I could do for that. I have a couple actually.
Okay, yeah, start thinking about it, maybe, because it will be when does he usually do it? April? Is it May or March? It's actually pretty soon. We should start soon, Danny. We should start soon. Get something ready. But yeah, okay, we should start thinking about doing that, because I know he said he announced it on his YouTube channel saying it's coming back. So I was happy to see that, because it's really popular now. Even though I've got to say the painting levels are really top notch. But
they were insane, the Olden Demon entries from this year. I had a look at them and it was like all I could think to myself was, I'm kind of glad I didn't enter this.
Yeah. But don't feel that way. You should definitely enter. Like I say, to anybody, don't ever feel discouraged. Let's be this. Let's this be the. Can I actually speak, please? Thank you, tongue, mouth, brain. Let this be the Golden Demon we can't get back. Basically, this is the only way we're ever going to see anything like that again. And so hats off to David for doing it and hosting it. He's got a website now. He's got a gallery. I covered that with him in his interview I did for the Chronic Man podcast. And if you go to the Olden Demon website, you've got the whole gallery of everything, all the entries for this year. So you can go through and check them out. So, and me and Ditz did a live stream on it, and we'll do that again with Danny this time, and maybe whoever else wants to join us. We can do our top pick 3 entries for the competition. And that was fun. I really enjoyed doing that. That was good. But get stuff
actually
ready.
I know what I could try for that one. There's and it'll be Jason will be pleased. It's one of the models I'll be doing for his stuff, because I've got some Emperors. Cool. This one I'm doing that purple Chaos Marines is for his Chaos Army, and it's all Emperor's Children themed, hence the purple.
Right.
In fact, here is one of them. That's one that's got the decals put on him there. It's got the Emperor's Children one on the symbol there. Got the little Chaos one on there. But that's the sort of color scheme.
I love the piping on it, the green and yellow. That looks really cool.
Contrast paints, mate.
Ah, there you go.
Contrast paint. I find that contrast paints, you know what Adi was saying about how they do really nice shading and everything. I find that one of the things they also work brilliantly for is wet blending.
Right, because they're basically an ink.
Yeah,
they're gelled up inks, aren't they? So they're perfect for that. Yep.
Yeah, they're so good for doing color transitions with wet blending and things like that, to go through from darker to lighter colors, and you can do them with any color. I found you can do them with colors that wouldn't necessarily work. You can just kind of mix them through together.
Yep.
The hardest part not really the hardest, the only part I found with contrast paints, if you're using them for like wet blending on something, like say for like tubes on a gun or on a chest or something, is you'll often find some which are a lot more heavily pigmented than others. So you'll be wanting to look for, say, for example, with the yellow to green I did on that one, I do the yellow first and then work the green into it, because the green overpowers the yellow so much that if you do the green first, the yellow will just never make much of a difference to it.
That's right.
At least that's what I found myself.
Yeah, no, you're right. You should start with the lighter color and then shade down with a darker color.
Yeah, there was a model I did a while ago. It's for a commission. It was the Forge World's Magnus the Red.
Oh, right. Wow, okay.
It's their Horus Heresy one. Really beautiful model. And on the back of it, it had all these feathers that are going from green, a bright yellow through a turquoise through to like a dark green in the tips of them. And that, again, that was all done with contrast paints, working the way through with them.
Oh, I've got something to ask you too, Danny, because I've got an undead commission to do. And last time I did my own sort of, like my own ink wash for that, but I thought it'd be better just get a contrast paint to go straight over the white for the bone. Could you suggest a contrast paint for that, for doing undead models?
For a real nice simple one, mate, they're Skeleton Horde.
Skeleton Horde. Okay.
Yeah, like that's a nice basic. It reminds me a lot of a slightly weaker version of the old chestnut ink.
Cool. Perfect.
It's similar to that, but not as intense.
Right. Good. Okay. That sounds perfect, mate. Thank you for that.
It's all right.
I'll have to hopefully my local art store has one of that color, because they've got like a very limited range of contrast paints there and citadel paints. And I bought the medium off them last time.
All right, can you get hold of? I know Vallejo do a contrast paint style range. Can you get hold of Vallejo paints out over there?
Yes, very easily. Yeah, because the main distributor is here in Japan for them.
Oh, really? All right. Yeah. Well, yeah, I can't remember what the Vallejo's version of contrast paint's called. They've got a different name for it, obviously. But their stuff's supposed to be quite good, and I'm sure they'd have one in there that's a sort of a bony colour.
Sure, mate. Okay. I might try that, because they're a damn sight cheaper. So,
really?
I like the Jonny model. Yeah. They're half the price of the contrast paints.
Yeah. I do want to try some Vallejo paints. I mean, we've got the local game store to me has got a really nice range of them, but I've recently heard that Vallejo are going through some trouble in their factory over in Spain or something, where all their workers are going on strike.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because I've got news to say that they've reconciled, and now everything's going back to normal. They've increased their pay. They've obviously making they've come to an agreement basically with them and the company.
Oh, good.
They're going to get paid more, and obviously, increase the safety and the working conditions there at the factory, and harassment issues are going to be sorted or whatever. So I feel better now buying Vallejo products for that little small time, that real short time. I was like, oh, screw Vallejo, I'm going to get something else, because they're doing a shit job, looking after the people that work for them. But now they've got it sorted out. It's because they've got this what do they call, another company bought into them, and I don't know what's it called again. It's some wanker company that, like a big organization, that they buy into companies globally if they can see there's a profit in them, and they just buy massive amounts of shares in them to take.
Like BlackRock and stuff like that.
Kind of like that. It's like that kind of thing. Anyhow, they bought into them. They gave them 53 million euros, right, to buy in a part share of the company. And I totally understand from the employers' point of view that they're like, hey, you know, you got all this money, we're not seeing it, you know. And you know, reinvest it into the company, reinvest it into better working, like a better work site. They obviously need a new factory or something. And you know, give the people better money. I mean, $40 a day. Can you imagine that? $40 a day.
Is that how much they were getting paid?
Yes. That's what the minimum wage is. That's the minimum wage in Spain. $40 a day. How can you live like that in Barcelona, like a major city in Europe, at $40 a day? So it's $1,200 a month they're making, those poor bastards. I mean, they're lucky one of them didn't get really disgruntled and just torch the place down to the ground. I mean, you know, once you have so many people that really hate you, like as in employees hating their owners and company and stuff like that, yeah, they're more likely just to, you know, commit arson or something. Fuck it, you know, just burn the place down, you know. Screw them. So I'm glad it got resolved, but it doesn't take away that the people who own the company don't really give a shit about, you know, who works for them. So
unfortunately, I think that's often the way it is these days, isn't it? In fact, it's not just these days. It's the way it's really been. It's always been the way it is. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm so keen to try and make YouTube and commission painting a job, because I'm kind of fed up with just being a number for some muppet in an office.
Yeah, that's right, mate. That's right. Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm not one of these employees that always feels like I need to have somebody coming down and congratulating me. In fact, to be honest, I'm one of those employees which would rather never have any contact with management ever, to be fair. Yeah. But at the same time, like, you know, it's like, I'd much rather work for myself and be my own boss.
Me too, mate. I'm loving it. Yeah, I hope it never ends for myself anyway. I mean,
see, I'll tell you what. Now, my turn to ask you a question. When you say you've got more access to the Vallejo paints and that lot, the one thing that attracts me to Vallejo paints, from what I've seen, and tell me whether I'm right on this or not, is that Vallejo paints seem to have a lot of those bright, vibrant colours that the GW paints nowadays seem to have lost.
Yeah, I would definitely say that's correct. I think that the contrast paints have got a really lot of vibrant colours in them, in their range, from looking at them. But you can't go past game colour. I mean, that is, like, I'm using game colour right now. They're bloody red, and it is fantastic. Great coverage, beautiful paint. The pots suck. I mean, the pots I don't really like the pots so much, because they ooze out the paints, and I sent them a letter. I sent them an email to say, to complain about them, because I said
the dropper bottles much better.
Yeah, the dropper bottles. They're new ones. These are the new bottles, right? So these new labels, they rebranded everything and all that. They've got these really soft walled bottles. They're soft, so you can easily squeeze them, right? Yeah. And then the aperture on the nozzle, if that's the right term for it.
Yeah.
So you can just see paint all over it, like the nozzle, and the paint just oozes out of that cap at the top. And I think if they just replace that, it would fix a lot of things. It would fix a lot of issues with it. And so maybe
I'll tell you what, that's actually quite funny to hear, because the amount of bitching and moaning you hear, at least over in this country, about Games Workshop pots with their lids, the way they always collect the paint or something like that, is amazing. Everyone always says, Vallejo dropper bottles, you must do them. And now, someone actually uses them is going, yeah, they're all right, but the paint oozes out. They're not great.
Yeah, this is let's see, let's give you a good example. This is the old style. This is the original style they've used for years and decades. All right, and I've had this for a while now. Very little in terms of paint coming out of the top there. It's very clean inside the lid as well. Very clean. Okay, much better. They should have never changed it. They should have just changed the label and kept the bottle. It's like a thick walled bottle. It's much better. And now, in comparison, I've got these TT Combat paints very kindly sent to me by Troll Trader. And thanks again to these guys. I've used a lot of their paints. I'm using all for this epic project. I'm using all their paints just to repay them and thank them, to give them a shout out. Really nice paints. Excellent nozzle applicator. That thing is brilliant. Nostalgia from Watercolors do the same. Very little excess paint coming out of those pots, and I like how they're nice and thick, and you got to really squeeze them, push the paint on. Almost it wouldn't really work if you've got arthritis in your hands or what have you. But yeah, I think this is the way. This is the future. These kind of pots, personally.
Yeah. We got Daka Flacker Flame has just said that he really likes the Pro Acryl range.
Right, I've heard about them as well. And a mate of mine here in Japan's got a set. He's got a few sets. He's got 3 sets of them. He wanted to know if I wanted to buy them, and I was like, "Yeah, I wouldn't mind giving them a go." Depending on how much he wants to sell them for, I think about $30 a set. I think so. I might have to come to some kind of arrangement there with some painting and in trade of paints or whatever. But I've heard they're very, very good, and their metallics I think are also excellent. So yeah, that's a good one. But something about the dropper bottle design caused it to build a pressure to start oozing paint as soon as they're opened. Yeah, I've noticed that these ones. Now I'm talking about what I'm referring to is this style of bottle, like this kind of really thin applicator tip things on these bottles. They don't seem to have that. They don't have that issue at all. And I've used Watercolors, their 94 Nostalgia range, same bottle. Never had that issue. So it must be the old type nozzle that does that. That builds up the air pressure, and all the paint starts pissing out of it, and it's a real pain in the ass. And of course, you lose a ton of paint. So you know.
Oh, my missus has just reminded me. Can you have access to Green Stuff World over there as well? Because they do what look like some quite interesting paints.
Green Stuff World.
I don't know. I think
you can go to stores that sell their products.
All right.
And the paints I'm not familiar with. Apart from stuff, I bought some Scale 75 off them, but I know that's a Spanish company, so it's nothing to do with them. I think they were just selling on behalf of them or something like that. But
yeah, Scale 75 paints are another one I wouldn't mind trying, but they're like really ultra matte paints.
They're ultra matte, mate. Yeah, I got rid of mine. I just didn't like the finish of them, but they're nice paints. They just didn't really suit my my thing, you know. But I can see where they would be really useful for like military style, you know, painting and that kind of thing. If you want that, they're perfect for it. But then, for me, Vallejo just wins hands down for color range. You know, you want military colors? Well, they've got it in spades. If you want game color, vibrant colors, they've got it in spades. You know, they cater for everything, and the price is very, very competitive.
Yeah,
and accessibility is very high. So, like Duncan Rhodes, I really want to try his paints, but geez, you know, where the hell do I buy them from? Can't seem to find anyone who just buys single pots, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't. I've looked around, and it doesn't look like you can buy it from him directly. You've got to go through a different person to get them. And if you didn't get the Kickstarter, well, then you've got to go and buy sets, from what I understand. So,
I'm quite lucky there because the LGS that I've got near me sells them individually.
Oh, cool. Okay, well, I'll have to. Well, that's the thing. I can't get them sent over. I need to find a company that, if you can tell me the place where you buy them from, maybe they can ship it to me, and I can get a few pots and try them out.
I don't know, mate. I mean, it's a shop called Entoyment.
Entoyment. Okay, if they've got a website and they sell overseas, then I can get a few pots and try them out.
Well, they've got a website. I don't know whether they sell overseas though. So I mean, have a look, mate.
Yeah. Okay, I'll have a look. And yeah, I'm very keen to try out his paints. I heard really good things about them. So,
yeah.
You know, I'm willing to expand and try different things. I've been, you know, set my ways of Vallejo, and I've always championed them to this point where it's come to this, where we've found out, you know, their dirty little secret and what they've been doing with their staff. So now I'm thinking, I'd rather to support another company that does, you know, good by their people who work for them, And,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, like TT Combat said, I mean, the paint range market is completely saturated now because every time you look around, there's another person doing paint ranges of stuff.
Yeah.
Like an endless supply now. And it's a totally different industry now than what it was, 15 years ago, say. So. Now, I hope everyone's painting in the chat because I don't feel like I've done a lot of. I think it was really productive yesterday. I don't feel today's really been productive, actually. So I've really got to get cracking on with what Danny's been very productive. So I hope everyone else has been
getting black done on this guy. He's coming along quite nicely.
Yeah, good paint. You got your gold in there and everything. So that's good.
Oddly enough, this is one of the new GW ones. It's the what is it? Skull Crusher Brass.
Skull Crusher Brass.
Yeah, right. It's a very nice bright gold, actually.
Yeah.
I was going to say, actually, that's one thing I tried it in one of my previous videos. You know, the like especially with the older Citadel paints, if you're doing the metallics, you had to do them over a black base coat or something.
Yeah. That's right.
It's very much a sort of a given. If you didn't put either a black or like a real dark brown for gold or something, then they didn't really come through properly.
Mm-hmm.
But I've noticed with the game, especially at least with the Games Workshop stuff, pardon me, their metallics you can do them over even a white base coat if you want, and they'll still be lighter than if you do it over a black, but they don't have that like complete lack of any metallicness that they used to have.
Right, okay. That's interesting. So they've got a different kind of component now in those paints, eh? Because metallic's always been a bit, like you say, bit hit and miss with depending on what kind of color you're painting over. So it sounds like they've fixed it now because of the, I suppose, with the contrasting thing as well. Even though they're not contrast paints, but they want to make it so it's usable for all kinds of, base coats and everything. So,
like contrast paints are one of those ones. Huh?
I was going to say, sorry, the paint, the formula now has come leap and bound since the 90s. So coverage for a lot of these paints are really good now. The opaqueness they get in those paints are amazing.
Although they still can't get a decent coverage for a light green if they try.
Right, okay.
They managed to sort yellow out nicely, but I mean, especially their Warpstone Glow. Citadel Games Workshop's Warpstone Glow it's one of those paints you really don't need to thin it down because you need to apply about 7 million coats to get a solid coat anyway.
Mm. Was that for the Striking Scorpions you just did? Did you do Striking Scorpions recently?
No, it's Wraithguard I did recently. I do have Striking Scorpions on the list, though.
Okay.
I think they are I'm not sure whether it's the 3rd or 4th edition sculpts I've got for those ones, but I'm going to paint them up in the 2nd edition color schemes and style. It's one of the things I found I do really enjoy doing is taking the newer models and trying to paint them in the old school style.
Yeah. Yep. There's a bit of a trend going on about that, isn't it? Like, you see people do that online, on Instagram or whatever, taking the old models and painting the new stuff, or taking new models and painting the old style. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the new Primaris in old, ultramarine color schemes and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I did see someone do that. all Primaris stuff, and they painted them all up in the classic Ultramarines colours. Actually worked really, really well.
Yeah, it looked pretty good actually. Yeah.
No, I think I will definitely be giving Vallejo a go. Problem is, I've got so many Games Workshop paints. It's going to be a long time and a lot of money to replace them all with Vallejo.
That's the thing. Once you commit, I think it's very hard to budge. And I'm in the same prospect. It's like I tried some of the Citadel paints. I just wasn't really happy with them. I don't like the flip top lids personally. That's just my personal taste. I know some people really love them. And I found the paint drying very quickly, and the especially the black, Abaddon black, was just rubbish. It was just watery.
Really?
Yeah, it just wasn't. Yeah, just was really, really quite disappointed with them. But I just needed something at the time. I was in a real fix, and I grabbed a pot because it was like just there. And I thought, well, that's better than nothing. I suppose I could get some artist paint or whatever, and out of a tube.
Yeah.
It's really the same kind of stuff. But I thought I'd try it, and the gold I had was really good. The gold I had from Citadel paint was excellent.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm often thinking, because I quite like, apart from the fact that I think the GW paints have lost their vibrancy that they used to have, I quite like using them. But I am thinking that is because I've used nothing but games. I mean, I've got a couple of pots of Vallejo paints, like the Game Air range. And I've got one of their liquid golds, like their alcohol-based ones, which are really, they are incredibly good. Like that, I've got their rich gold, and that will go over, like that could go over pure white, and it will just cover in one coat, and it's beautiful coverage. Such a lovely rich gold.
Then you get high off the fumes at the same time. It's like a win-win, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, no, I was thinking, I'm like, the only reason I'm so, I don't know, almost comfortable with GW paints is because that's like basically literally in the entire 30 odd years that I've been doing the hobby, those are the only paints I've ever really used. And that's probably why that is why I have such a large collection of them, just because it's, it's taken that many years to build them up.
Yeah, well, I've been a Vallejo convert for the last 30 odd years, and it's been very hard for me to shift. So, and
there you go. My missus has looked. Apparently, Entoyment do international shipping, but there may be import taxes or customs duties.
Oh, that's okay. It'd be fine. But thanks for her having a look for me. That's nice. Thank you. I'll have to go and check them out then, mate, and order me some paints next year from Duncan Rhodes. Because I was almost going to get him to have an interview with him, and he was kind of keen to do it. And I was like, cool. But I thought it's a shame that I haven't tried his paints yet, because then I can't really say anything about his paint range. Obviously, that's a big thing about what he does.
Yeah.
I can try his paints and say, mate, those paints are fantastic. I've got this color, or whatever, and use them and try them, and I love them, or whatever, or I didn't like them, sorry, or whatever, But yeah, at least have that in our conversation as well together. So I'll do that for next year and try to hook up with him again.
Because, that'd be brilliant.
Yeah, he's a good guy, Duncan. I really like him. I've never met him, but I just know that he's a genuine article. You know what I mean? Like, he's a solid bloke.
Yeah. I saw there's another guy on YouTube called Jordan Sorcery. He does a lot of.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, brilliant. Yeah, he does amazingly good lore videos. But he recently did an interview with Duncan Rhodes.
Oh, right.
It's very interesting, actually. Yeah, Duncan does seem like a very approachable, friendly sort of guy.
Yep. Yeah, man, he's done it well. He's done it off the back of his, I presume, his success at Games Workshop. Doing the painting videos, but he's made it on his own, which is great. It's good to see.
Yeah. I think Duncan comes across as a sort of guy that was very much like to keep himself to himself and almost a non-entity sort of thing for himself. And then he's almost like doing the painting videos. He's just been like, he is the name anyway. When it comes to Games Workshop painting, everyone either thinks Duncan Rhodes or there's not. I don't think there's a painter on the planet that doesn't know the phrase "too thin coats."
That's right. He's done what Mike McVeigh would have been if Mike McVeigh was in this generation. That's what he would have become. You know, Mike McVeigh would have started his own YouTube channel. Like Darren Latham is kind of like the equivalent, I suppose, to modern day Mike McVeigh.
Yeah,
that kind of status. You know, he's got a huge amount of followers. They all, you know, love his style and and everything. Darren's also a fantastic painter. I mean, the stuff he pumps out, mate, bloody hell, it's really incredible. You know, the level of skill and technique.
Oh yeah.
Far beyond that anything I will ever get to reach. But those guys have got their own.
I was going to say, don't say that. I sometimes look at some of the painting you turn out and think, grief, I'll never get to that. But I actually want to. One of my dreams is to attempt the Mike McVeigh paint scheme for the Eldar Avatar.
Oh, mate, that'd be lovely to see that. That'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, like the sort of deep reddy browns of the armor and everything else like that is like, I really want to give that a go.
Well, if I can suggest something for you, mate, when you do it, before you do that, grab the painting guide, 40K painting guide, or the article in White Dwarf, and use that. I use the same painting guide for doing that, and just do it step by step. Use it in your video. Say, okay, this is what Mike's painting guide for the Avatar, and I'm going to follow it step by step and see if his techniques and what he says in this article prove to be right, in terms of the practicality of actually doing it.
All right, which White Dwarf was that one in?
I don't know which White Dwarf was in, but in the 40K painting guide. Remember that?
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, that one's, it's got it in there, mate. So you can, and I'm sure there's a PDF if you haven't got the actual copy of it, but get Richard to give it to you, mate, because I'm sure he's got a copy, or Jason's got one. So.
Yeah. I'll have to ask them if they can just lend it to me or something like that. Go through that. That'd be a joyous thing to go through.
It's a beautiful book, mate. Honestly, I'm really happy to have that.
Oh yeah,
because it's
that epic Space Marine book you've got as well. That looks like one I really want to get my hands on.
Love that book. Yeah, it's my favorite. That and that Chronicles of War. I really love those White Dwarf Present ones. Yeah.
Like I do genuinely. Like I just take all my White Dwarfs up with me. They're my bath reading. Whenever I go in the bath, I take a White Dwarf with me and sit there, read through the battle reports and the articles and stuff.
Knowing what a clumsy twat I am, I'd probably just drop that thing in the bath, so I could never do that. So
touch wood, I haven't done that yet.
If I drop my whiskey in there, well, that's just lucky bath water. Then I'm sort of like christening myself. But yeah, mate, I couldn't do it. I don't think you're a braver man than me. To do that. So Danny, are you going to hang around for like another 30 minutes or more?
Yeah, can do.
Okay, I'm going to make a cup of coffee. I'll need to wash out my water because it's really filthy dirty. So if you're happy to take control of things,
I will carry on. I'm not sure. I can't see how many people are viewing, actually. How many people are watching? How many have we got?
10 people are watching, and I don't think anybody else is sort of commenting apart from your lovely wife there and Nightfall so far. So yeah,
we go.
Just quickly. Yep, you
go.
Have a
look, there we got Nightfall 8. If you're still here, I hope you are, mate. I'm thinking of getting the big box for the Nostalgia paint line. Which company is that? I can't remember now. I'm just not good at mixing paints to get the highlights that I want. I'll tell you what, mate, that can sometimes be quite an interesting one to go to. I would advise, from my somewhat limited skill range, is avoid mixing white to get highlights, because white can quite often desaturate your colours. So have a look for mixing. Oh, grief. This is where I kind of fall apart, because it's something I'm starting to learn myself. A good example, which is a weird one I didn't know about, for brightening red, is mix light greens in with it. That can help to really brighten things up. I'm here just checking eBay for old hammer plastic orcs. Good one. Yeah. Like I would something I'm looking into myself is a lot of color theory and everything, and it's the different colors that you can mix together to brighten stuff up. And yeah, try and avoid using white, because white can often desaturate and push the colors in weird ways that you don't want. And I know you're still here, love. I've got any New Year's resolutions, such as stop painting filthy Eldar. How dare you insult the pointy-eared chaos creators? And yes, I have lots and lots of plans, hopefully all of which will come into fruition and mostly involve around YouTube painting and stuff like that, including Chaos Demons from the Rogue Trader era and some from the third edition, end of second edition era for the Greater Demons. Lots more Chaos, Blood Angels, some more squats that aren't squats, and some orcs as well, which I'm quite looking forward to. What has everyone else got? Anyone got some fun armies planned for the new year? Why paint Eldar when you could paint orcs, or even orcs? Though I have no room to talk. I have wood elves. Oh, high elves are beautiful models. I know people like to take the mick out the elves, but no, those high elves models are amazing. And orcs are one, right, that I really love to paint orcs, but I could never paint an entire army because there's too many of them. And that is simply because every orc model, especially when you look at the second edition ones, each one, all 90s range, very nice, very, very nice. Yeah, each orc is almost like an individual character. Clear hobby space and around it. Good luck. That's everyone's, and it never works. But yeah, no, all the orcs were like individual. They have so much detail on them that it's so hard to not paint each one like it's your main character. And it would just take me forever to paint an orc army up. So thankfully, what I'm doing is I've actually got the orcs from a mate of mine. So a mix of Bad Moons, we got some Death Skull Looters, and we got a couple of characters in there as well. So it gives me the nice opportunity to really have some fun painting the orcs, but not have the pain of having to paint the entire army. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. January objective is to clear my hobby space and around it. Yeah. I also want to do that. Sort my studio out so I have space. I also have epic orcs on the table in the future upcoming, and some epic Eldar, and hopefully some epic chaos. So anyone who is subscribed to my channel, some future stuff coming. And anybody who isn't, well, consider it. And that's my shameless plugging done. I promise not to do it again. Is your tea cold? Yes. Can you have a fresh one, please? Okay, coming right up, darling. Okay, so for the people watching, once again, also thank you very much for coming along and listening to us prattle complete nonsense. But I have a question for you, if you'd like it. What are people's favourite armies, and for which game system would you pick? So like we got Epic, 40k, you got Warhammer Fantasy, doesn't have to necessarily be Oldhammer either. $40k orcs for Sci-Fi 72. Yeah. Good choice, full of madness, especially if you go second edition. I think second edition orcs were probably the best. Although then again, when you look at some of the new vehicles they do have some very interesting stuff out now. Ever since I bought Wog the Orcs, I was hooked. Fair. Epic Squats from the Emperor Jim. Very, very nice choice. That is a range from definite back in the day for me. Unfortunately, I'm either a filthy traitor in when it comes to Epic, because Epic Chaos was just amazing, or that is the one area where I really do want to explore Orcs. I mean, I have to admit, when it comes to myself, I've liked quite a wide and varied selection of armies. I mean, if you're talking Warhammer Fantasy, first love is always going to be Chaos Dwarfs. It was the very first model I ever got my hands on when it comes to Citadel miniatures. And there's just something about those guys and that army, and the hobgoblins as well. Just, oh, hang on, here we go. Sci-fi. On reflection, I probably paid more Blood Bowl than 40k, mainly Orcs and Chaos teams. Now, there we go. I have to say there is a very cultured choice there, my man. Blood Bowl is probably the one game that I consistently played through the years, even when I kind of stopped playing. Although for me, it has to be Undead or Chaos Dwarves or High Elves. High Elves were very pretty. The Undead were just... Necromancers were just fun. And Chaos Dwarves were, again, just Chaos Dwarves, amazing. But Orcs and Goblins had the best one, had the most craziest special characters, didn't they? Hang on. Nightfall, I played a lot of fantasy armies over the years. I'm not sure I have favourite. Wood Elves, Tomb Kings, Ogres, High Elves, Emperors, Dwarves. Oh, yeah, whenever you have to do purges to make some money up for whatever reason, this is a sad, sad time. It's always kind of fun to recollect as well until you realise how much the stuff has gone up in value, and then you cry. But yeah, you really were into your fantasy, weren't you? That was a nice wide selection. Wood Elves, Tomb Kings, oh yeah. Chaos Dwarves in Blood Bowl, great fun. Try and knock me over. And then Bull Centaurs. Guns are boring. I don't know what to say to that. Guns are boring. I don't know, because you got lots of shooty stuff in your Warhammer Fantasy as well, although, let me think, High Elves. No, you don't really. Dwarves, you got your guns in for dwarves. Yeah, Wood Elves do a lot of shooty stuff, didn't they? They were quite handy with their bows, if I remember correctly. Fresh cup of tea has arrived. Gotta love the missus. For fantasy, Lizardmen and dabbled with Chaos Beastmen. Oh, yeah. Chaos Beastmen are probably an army that I want to revisit. They're just the ultimate example of chaos, I think. Oh, hello, Fluffy Butt. And like things like the Chaos Trolls. I managed to pick up 3 of them when Games Workshop were recently selling the Metal Chaos Trolls again for a short while. So I managed to pick up 3 of those. I'm quite looking forward to getting those painted up.
All right,
good old Josh.
Cheers, mate. Got your tea in there?
I have indeed. She just brought me a fresh one.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, my son's awake, so I could feed him, and then I realized, oh shit, it's Monday. It's bin day, so I got to get my bin out, like the bag, out to the bin collection area. Otherwise, my wife will be having my guts for garters later. So that was all sorted.
So I was just chewing chat's ear off on what their favourite armies were and things to collect. Yeah. And it seems like quite a nice little mix. We've got some fantasy and some Blood Bowl mixed in with there, along with some 40k orcs.
I have been listening in, mate. My wireless earphones, I've been testing out how long the range is. Downstairs and most outside, and then it cuts out, of course. But I did listen into some of the comments, and I think Blood Bowl Chaos Dolls, I've never played them. I'm really interested in playing them, actually. I think they look a really cool looking team. So
I think most of them I'm trying to remember, was it the Chaos Dwarfs? It was either block or I think it was block they all come with, or it was something they come with as standard. I can't remember what it is now. But it basically means they're very hard to knock over in tackles. And you just make a wall around them, give the bull to the bull centaur, make a nice little wall, get until you're within range, and then open up and just let the bull centaur charge through. Nobody's getting in your way.
Yeah, I think they had block. And I think the bull centaurs had mighty blow. Maybe. Sci-fi. You know. Lizardman. I'm going to do a very special video on Lizardman. I've been thinking about it. It's going to be like a tongue-in-cheek, funny one. It's going to be like an Alex Jones kind of take on Lizardman and the conspiracy behind them. maybe taking a leaf out of Holly Diver's book there. But well, the thing about Lizardman is that I always thought they were the bad guys, and now you got to hear me out, guys, because I know I bash Lizardman a lot, and they deserve it because they're ugly freaks, basically. Even in the third, because I got the 3rd edition Warhammer Armies book now. Even there, they've got like human slaves that have been lobotomized to all these, to do their laborious tasks they need to do them for them. Like carry the palanquin with the Lizardman on top and the slan or whatever it's on it.
Oh yeah.
And, people always say they're the good guys, and they're like saying, "Nah, they can't be the good guys. I mean, that's bullshit." And look at them, savage, cold-blooded killers, and they're depicted in the artwork as being these brutal, kind of interplanetary beasts that come down to the old world to enslave the Lizardman race or whatever. And then if you think about it, every box set ever produced by Games Workshop, ever delivered as like a two-part army box set. One's like the evil side, one's the good side, right? So so you think 4th edition box set, High Elves versus Walking Goblins, right? And then 5th edition was the Lizardman versus Bretonia. Now, obviously, Bretonia, you think good versus evil, right? But in the lore of Warhammer, the Lizardmen aren't actually classified as being evil. They're classed as being good, which I think is absolute bollocks. I don't believe that at all. So this video would be like my case against Lizardmen being classed as like a good alignment or something like that. I think it'd be quite fun to do. So that's one plan for 2025 anyway.
I like Daka Flacker Flames. Your name's difficult to say, mate. Daka Flacker Flames comment is quite funny. His comment is, they're putting chemicals in the water to turn the freaking frogs magic. I like that. That's good,
yeah. If you ever see like the montage someone put together with Alex Jones and 40k lore, it's absolutely brilliant. You've got to watch it. It's like Alan Jones.
Sci-Fi 72. Yeah, I was going to say Sci-Fi 72's got a good point here. The obvious conclusion is that the Bretonnians are evil.
Wow.
So, I mean, I could go along with that. The Bretonnians are clearly the evil side. The number of times they invaded Athelloren is proof. That's very true as well. Yeah. They couldn't leave those wood elves alone, could they? Just didn't like the trees.
It's like you can't handle the truth kind of situation. Maybe the conspiracy is all about the Bretonnians. Well, they are, stuck up Frenchy knights, aren't they? So
I've got one from Sci-Fi 72 as well. Have you seen the orcs that Trollet/Kim Olafsson has been sculpting for 3D printing? They are based on the, pardon me, Here We Go art and look so good. I can't say I have, to be honest.
Okay, well, funny you should bring that up. I've actually just interviewed him.
Oh, really? Oh.
So good timing. Yeah, I love his orcs. I think his designs are like some of my favorite 3D designs like ever made, apart from my good mate Marco at Brawniac Miniatures for the Chaos Dwarves. I think his stuff is just outstanding. But yeah, what Kim gets out of those designs from the Paul Bonner artwork, just like directly into these 3D prints are just like incredible. I love them. So I had an interview with him. Unfortunately, the audio quality on his side wasn't that great because he wasn't using a microphone or headset or anything like that. I think he's just going directly through his computer and his PC. So I try to clean it up as good as I can. And I told him that I'm featuring his work in the Hero Hammer fanzine when that comes out next year. You'll definitely have some of his stuff in there and painted by, what's his name again? Is it John? I can't remember. Sorry. There's a guy on Facebook that I found who did a lot of painting of his miniatures, and they're absolutely perfect. So I contacted that guy and I said, would you mind if I put those in the Hero Hammer fanzine? He said, yeah, go for it. I said, great. I said, if you don't mind putting a little article together, like your process of how you painted the yellow or whatever. So he's I think it was Jim actually. He very kindly sent me a PDF, like a Word document with all that and the images of his work. So that'll go into the Hero fanzine with links to Kim's Patreon and everything, so you can access his work and stuff like that. Yeah, really good stuff, Danny. You'd really like it because if you like old Hammer, Paul Bonner drawings of the orcs, then that's exactly what they are. That he's translated into 3D. So,
wow.
Yeah, they're amazing, mate. Honestly, I'm looking at my collection of orcs now. I'm thinking his stuff just looks better. I mean, I just didn't think I'd ever say that, but I'm looking at his designs and looking at Kev's Adams' old designs, and I'm thinking, yeah, these are more dynamic. The expressions of their faces are just better. They're just better. Yeah, I've got to say the everything he's made. He's made a skull hammer tank, like from Epic, in 40K scale. That's amazing. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of good stuff. He's got more stuff coming. So, yeah, I'm very excited to see what's coming out of that. He seems like a really nice guy. But again, now, if you're on Patreon, you'll hear that interview first. So if you're on Patreon, lucky you, then you get to hear that first before it comes out onto the podcast. So Jonny just said, sorry, but I can't come on tonight. Bloody phone wasn't working, and then he had to help with the kids. So that's fair enough. He's got 3 young kids that he's looking after with his wife. So that's totally understandable that he can't join up tonight. So thanks for trying anyway, Jonny. I appreciate it, mate. I'll try again tomorrow. Good on you. Okay, it'll be nice. It should be all the 4 of us. You, me, Jonny, and then John. A Jonny, a John, a Danny, and a Josh. With 3 J's and a D. But I'm really happy you can do these with me, Danny, because I really like that. And you have a a very supportive wife that enables you to sit in the shed and paint Mandolin and talk with him. That's really great.
Oh, thank you very much for inviting me along to it, mate. It's been a lot of fun.
No.
Like I say, it's a great opportunity to actually get on and paint some stuff.
Yeah.
And it's good to get a nice bit of practice trying to interact with people in chat as well, things like that.
Yep. You'll get some more subscribers, hopefully, mate, and hopefully more customers too.
Yeah. I mean, a few more customers would be nice. I really would love to get some more subscribers. I mean, obviously, there is the aspect of, you know, I would eventually love to turn YouTube into a job. But a lot of it, I think I found as well, it sounds a little bit doughy-eyed almost, but it's finding the community out there that you don't necessarily have in your local area.
Yeah.
You know, so it's, you know, starting to meet with and interact with a lot more people. Because I've never been one that's been like antisocial or like socially awkward or anything else like that. Not like, you know, like you get like your stereotypical sort of like nerdy person, which is all, you know, doesn't like going out or mixing with people. I've never had that problem.
Right.
And, you know, being outgoing and overly chatty sometimes is probably more of a problem for me than anything sometimes.
Yeah.
And I found it can be quite isolating when you start doing like commission work, especially in YouTube work, because you're very, you know, you don't go out and meet people so much, just even if it isn't just day-to-day work.
Yeah.
So it can be quite isolating. So the whole aspect of doing YouTube and wanting to do the live streams myself is actually being able to talk more in a more real way with your community rather than just through comments on your videos.
Yep. I think that's a good way of doing it. I enjoy it because I'm the same. I sit here all day painting miniatures, and it can be very isolated. And I like chatting with people in our Discord and you know, communicating with people on YouTube, even though that's not the best way to communicate. It's obviously Discord or Messenger or something like that is the best way to interact with people.
Yeah,
but, yes, and the other reason why I started those other two channels that I did, like Swords and Sake and Temple of the East, was another way of, you know, reconnecting with other people that are like-minded, that have the same kind of interests in those kind of hobbies.
Yeah.
We all tend to be interlinked anyway, because the people who are interested in that side of the hobby are also interested in 90s gaming. They're also interested in other things that you're interested in as well. You know, so we all share the same kind of likes and things like that we get out of the hobby. And also because I'm working on commissions, and I just thought, well, I'm working on commissions anyway. It's a nice way to show the customer what I'm working on, and they get to see visually everything, you know, from the start to finish. I thought it's a nice way of doing that as well, you know. But nothing like, it's basically just like click, record, chat, stop, upload. That's really all it is. I'm not putting a lot of effort into it, but at least it's something that it's for me, it's motivating me. It's hopefully encouraging other people to paint and stuff like that as well. And so if it does those two things, then great.
Yeah, I have often there's been a few times where I've seen the Discord pop up, and it's been on especially the Crown of Command Discord. I've had a few in the painting rooms every now and again, and I've thought about popping in and having a quick say hello, but I've never quite got around to it. I really should start doing that a bit more.
Yeah, I wish you and also Jason Rich did that.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed that. Like I said, I got to meet Planet Tobor TV yesterday. My brother's trying to call me, so let me just. I'll call him back later. Can you hear that through your? Is that coming through?
No.
On that? I don't know. Okay, that's good. This is the ringing tone. My phone. I'll just let it ring out. I'll call him back later. My brother's a really good artist. Actually, he's really good at drawing. And yeah. So we put. I think we put work of his in the Hero Hammer fanzine before, or we were going to, and but I'm really happy to see that's going to be in the new Warhammer Renaissance booklet when it comes out as a PDF.
Oh,
I haven't told him that yet. I haven't told him that yet, actually. So I've got to tell him. That's something I'd really like to do as well. Have more time to do is drawing and learn how to draw. I really love doing that as well. Well, attempting to do it.
Yeah.
How successful it is depends, but
I'll tell you what, this one, I'm looking at this white dwarf one where I'm trying to copy the warp spider. And I'm looking at this Carnifex here. This is the one I want to do for Richard.
Oh,
because I've got a Carnifex to do for him because he's not in the chat anymore, so I can say this. It's going to be a bit of a surprise to him. Yeah, I'm going to try and copy this one, see if I can pull that off.
Nice, mate. It's like a sunburst, yellows and oranges and blue carapace.
Yeah. It's going to be a very interesting color scheme to put off. And I've got to be honest as well. I'm looking at the this second hand, that second place. Which one's that? Is that the? Oh, which Titan's that for the Eldar?
So the Warlock Titan.
One.
The Warlock Titan.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that color scheme with the greens and yellows and reds. Like, I really want to give that a go. That could be interesting.
Yeah, that's a lot of transitions in there, eh?
There's
there. So they'll give you a good run for your money, mate.
Oh yeah. I think that's also one of the reasons why it's the nostalgia element hits so hard for me. Is like now I feel like I'm actually in a sort of place in my painting where I can actually try and pull off the paint schemes that I used to look and drool at when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
No, because like I say, when I was reading this when I was like 12, 13 years old. You know, literally just starting when edge highlighting was something that I was just starting to discover, you know what I mean? So looking at these paint jobs, like, wow, I could never do that. But now I'm in a position where it's like, I could give this a go.
You can do it, mate, for sure. Absolutely. No problemos.
Yeah. And it would make some really fun videos as well. It's like trying to pull off the legendary paint schemes that you'd see in the pages of White Dwarf from the Golden Demon entries.
Now, this is one of the reasons why I didn't want to do painting videos anymore, and I think this is one of the areas where you're very good at doing them, Danny, is because you can explain it very well. And I feel that I'm sort of just going around in circles, saying the same things over and over again, not knowing what to say, and it's very hard to convey those kind of things in a video. And I find that you do it very well. You can explain things very like a process very well, I think.
Oh, thank you very much. I mean, I've got to say, mate,
your ass, mate, but
no, not always. I'm only just starting to learn how to actually take compliments when it comes to a painting. I've been terrible for it for a long time. I would actually genuinely feel uncomfortable if people complimented my painting. It took me ages to get over that.
Well, I think you're doing a great job on that. That's why I said, like, I don't think I'm really adding anything personally to painting videos. I think it's been well and truly covered by loads of people.
I mean, not to discourage you, mate, but I must say I think I have to disagree a little bit with you on that one. Well, a couple of painting videos you did, I think you explained them really nicely and concisely, actually.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
No.
Maybe we'll spur me on.
Don't take that as me trying to press you into doing them. Like I said, it wasn't something that you particularly enjoyed. So, I mean, part of it is doing stuff that you genuinely enjoy doing. But no, I genuinely felt, mate, that when you did them, like, you did them really well. Like, you explained it really well, and you definitely, I would say, like, you certainly add in, you genuinely have that connection to the old Hammer painting style, because you actually did it. And that really does. Again, not to blow smoke up your ass or anything, but no, it really shows through in what you can see. Like I said, that.
I feel quite nice, Danny. Thank you.
I mean, like I said, that Mega Gargant you painted genuinely looked like it's jumping out of the pages of White Dwarf when I'm seeing that. And not just that Mega Gargant, like the Great Gargant as well, in the classic Bad Moon colours. That looked like it's literally jumping out of the old combat cards to me.
Now, just to rectify a couple of things, maybe you asked me before if I painted the one in the studio. I didn't paint the one in the studio, mate. So I only painted the one that I've got here. I never painted the one in the studio. That was done way before I got there. So the only thing I can claim fame to in the studio was those fucking lizardmen.
Yeah, I saw somebody in the comments said that. Yeah. Well, I must say as well, like, dude, I remember those models when they were released in the pages of White Dwarf, mate. They were lovely.
I think maybe that's why I left. Maybe I thought this is the end of Warhammer as we know it. You know, this is the demise. We're going down a dark. I don't know. I can't remember now. I think I was just, well, you know, in the UK, like I didn't know anybody. I didn't know, like, you know, I was very young. I had no idea. I've never lived out of home myself before ever. So I'm sure I was taken advantage of. Oh, hang on. Hang on a sec. Oh. Sorry, we're back again. I don't know what happened. I think my brother tried to call me again. Fuck me. Okay, I'm just going to turn my phone off. It'll come through my computer. Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. You're fine.
Okay. Mate. What was I talking about again?
Painting the lizard men and how you thought it was the end of Warhammer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe at that time I just thought, because I came right at the end of 4th edition fantasy. So the Wood Elf book, we're working on the Wood Elf book when I started working there. And I got to see some really beautifully painted stuff at that time, especially from Torben Schnorr. Torben is an incredibly gifted painter from I think he's from Denmark, another Danish master painter. And the second edition Chaos book was also getting made then. So I got to see a lot of the Chaos models, Abaddon, of course. We all got one of those when we worked there, and that's when I really started getting into painting like properly, because I was always seen as like the shit painter when I started there, because I just wasn't as good as the other guys. So Abaddon was the first. Yeah, it was really the first model that I really, saw a big jump in my technique. It really got to improve a lot through that model.
Yeah.
And I still got it here. I've still got it. I sold all my car stuff to a mate, and I borrowed it back off him. It's sitting here, the original Abaddon that I had back in the studio.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I've still got that figure here. And it's fun. Sorry for the noise, guys. But I had to whip up some paper here. But it's funny because we used really thin brushes back then. I saw someone else's video using the red Citadel handle brushes. Remember those from back?
Yeah. I remember them.
He's still got one. This guy's in Japan.
Really?
Yeah, he's still got one from when he's working at Games Workshop in Canada, like many years ago. And it was really funny to see that, because I thought, oh yeah, shit, I remember those. And but I think we used to like cut them like at the ferrule, like right at the edge of the ferrule, and get them really thin, so you had like just a few hairs. And then I would use those to paint like lightning bolts on freehand detail and stuff like that. So doing all that kind of thing.
I always wondered how you managed to get such fine detail with those old Games Workshop paints, and there's me thinking it was just incredible skill. No, you're just mutilating the brushes.
Yeah, I think we just mutilated the brushes, I think, from memory. And interesting enough, like Torben was ahead of his time, mate, because he basically he developed his own contrast paints. And he did, because he showed me, he said, oh, look, with with your inks, get some dishwashing detergent.
Yeah.
And he would mix dishwashing detergent, and I don't know where he got this idea from, but he mixed it with his inks and stuff, and I think I think it was only the inks he did it with. So what it would do would make this gel, and then when you washed a model with it, all the ink would run into all the right places, basically. And that was really a precursor to what now is the contrast paint. So he was doing it way before anybody else was doing it, and that's how. If you ever look at Torben's work, it's like it bloody glows, mate. It just look at the so for the Wood Elves he did Orion. So if you look at Orion, it just glows off that page, like it's so incredibly vibrant, and that's why, because he's using all these dishwashing liquids.
All right.
And he would spend hours and hours and hours like glazing and blending, and it was incredible work. Like he was just an amazing painter. I think he was just as good as Mike McVeigh personally. That kind of level of genius, really. And a really nice guy. He's always laughing and just an all round nice bloke.
Yeah.
So,
all right, I'm going to have to run off for a few minutes, mate, because I need the toilet quickly.
Yeah, go for it, mate. I'll keep tabs on the comments here.
There you go. The warp spider's keeping an eye on people. Behaviour smells, or else will teleport in and web you.
He's in focus now. That's cool. So again, guys, thanks again for keeping in with the chat with us. It's been quite a long one. I think the longest one, 3 hours and 40 minutes. Bloody hell. Okay. Washing up liquid and inks washes worked well. Saw a Cadian army painted that way in a weekend. Wow, there you go. Maybe it's something that was done by like a traditional artist, and they would use dishwashing liquid as kind of a recipe for doing ink washes. I don't know. No idea where Torben got that idea from. But he was the only person doing it. No one else was doing it, only him. And then I started doing it thinking, oh, this is a cool idea. And of course, licking my brush and then getting horrible stomach pains from it. You should not induce that stuff. Those lists have got me to try one fantasy battle, so I appreciate them, Josh. So that's good. I'm glad. I know they're very popular with many people to listen to. Has anyone played much War Master, the epic fantasy game? Did this come up the last stream? I can't remember. Someone asked me this recently, and I got it when it first came out, and then they just had no one to play with, so it basically got. I painted it all the high elves, and then I sold it all. So that didn't last, unfortunately. But we hope to bring it to the channel. Paul's got 2 armies, high elves and undead. So they're the only 2 factions we have. We've got the Warmaster Revolutions set. So we're going to eventually get it to the table and try it. So we'll have to judge for ourselves. I have no recollection of the game itself. But I know Rick Priestley certainly says it's one of his favorite rule sets that he designed, so must be good. I like your painting videos very much. Never enough of them. Well, mate, you're one of our patrons, so you'll get to see lots of painting videos on there. Planet Tub also, don't worry, you'll get to see them. And I may come up with more. Like I'm doing like a painting, like an actual project. So it's kind of like not just a single model, but for example, if I do the I'm doing a Blood Bowl team, Dwarf Blood Bowl team, and someone asked me to do a video on it. I said, okay, I'll do that as like an actual project. So based on painting one guy's beard, one guy's face, one guy's shoulder pad, one dude's free hand, one dude's boot, or something like that, and at the end you'll see the complete team along with the death roller or something like that. I just wasn't really impressed with doing it as a one-off thing. I think as a project, it's really fun. So there'll be something for that. There'll be an undead army I'm painting as well as another project. So it's basically infantry, cavalry, characters, all as one big painting project. At the end, we get to see them being played in the game. So I kind of like that approach, along with the Space Marine epic one I'm working on now. So I've used dishwashing detergent to make washes for terrain, but I've had problems with bubbles doing it that way. Yeah, I think you're better off just using something that's pre-formulated out of a pot, that's ready to use, I would say, mate.
Could be a case of maybe using a bit too much of the dish soap if it's going a bit bubbly. I don't know. To be honest, it's not one I've tried myself.
Okay, Daka Flacker Flame, thank you very much for joining us. I really appreciate your comments and your interaction. So me and Jonny appreciate that.
Good night or good morning or have a good day, whichever one it is for you.
Yeah. Adios, Daka. Okay. Right, let's get into this. I'm saying this is the longest stream I've ever done, mate. This is like almost 4 hours now.
Oh, is it? That's all right.
Yeah, 3 hours, 40 minutes. It's good, mate. We're going well. So if we can get more paint on this guy, I'd be very, very happy. And you've got, you're pretty much, what, 50%?
Base coat wise. Yeah, well, I've got all the black done. I'm working on the red at the moment for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry about my camera, guys. I'll have to fix it up for tomorrow. So you can see, instead of just me, you get to see what I'm actually working on, which will be much more entertaining, I'm sure. I had to bug Richard to see how much he painted today.
Yeah.
How many Elder stands or how many epic stands of Marines or whatever you painted?
Oh, I must say I am very, very much looking forward to delving into Epic.
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to seeing your videos on it too. If you ever want to do those, I think that'd be fun. Especially doing the Mega Gargant. You could do the Mega Gargant video, mate.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the beautiful thing about having a couple of them. I'm probably going to make the one I've built now is going to be the first Epic video I do. So I'm going to paint him. I'm going to try and do him up in goth colors so he can be for Gazgal. Because having Gazgal as my leader for my orc army is a must, I think.
Yep.
Although again, there's so many probably characters that you can choose from. Like I said, I never really explored Epic back in the day, so Gazgal's the only one that I actually know of. I'm sure there are. I mean, are there many more named characters in Epic for orcs?
Not really. I mean, they didn't really do that, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they didn't give you named characters for any of them, apart from the White Dwarf Presents, where they had, obviously Yarrick and Gazgal because of the Armageddon campaign. They did it for the Battle for Golgotha. So it was the Scots with Garrick and the Stormhammers against Gazgal and all the orcs. It's one of the classic battle reports for Epic. That one. That's the one that will be the one that I hope to recreate. Building the terrain. Doing videos like that. Creating the terrain and all that kind of thing to make that battle report one day. I can't promise it'll be 2025. It'll be one day in my lifetime. That will be done.
Yeah.
I did attempt to make that terrain piece, but I threw it out because it was just shit. It was my first terrain piece I built in years, and it was just awful. So I just threw it out.
My other half asks, what is your longest paint and chat time you've ever done, Josh?
Oh, for the stream, I think 2 hours. 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Did we do 3 hours yesterday?
I think you did manage 3 hours. Yeah, I think I was only in it for about 2. I think you managed almost an extra hour on top of that.
That's right, because I had HD here. Yeah, we sort of waffled on about Japan and whatever after that, after you left, because he said, oh, I think Danny's gone. Danny's gone. I said, oh, yeah, he's gone. So then I thought, okay, it must be the camera, the charger or whatever. Gone.
Nightfall 8 said, I just did the math and compared prices between collecting on an old hammer O&G Army versus a new one. I'd be spending almost the same amount of money getting 2k points for either. Huh. Yeah, to be fair, that sounds about right. I mean, if you look at the prices for the old school stuff, yeah, they're a lot more than they used to be, but you compare them to what they are for the new plastic stuff, they're about right. I mean, if you're getting one of the, say, a Space Marine character for like your Primaris stuff these days, you can be looking at 25, 30 quid for them. You know, you find an old school, I don't know, say like Commissar Yarrick or something like that. Yeah, he's going to be about 25 quid on eBay now, I reckon, something like that, 25, 30 quid on eBay. Which, you know, you compare it
to... Sorry, mate, you go for it, mate. Sorry.
Which I was saying, like, you compare that to what Yarrick used to cost when he first came out. Yeah, that's a hell of an increase. But you compare him to what you're paying for your characters now, it's about the same price anyway.
Yeah. Yep, that's right, mate. I think so. And it's all plastic. So,
yeah.
What would you rather? Plastic that's going to melt in the sun, or metal that's going to stay here until you're put in the grave? I mean, I'll take that at any day. I was going to give a shout out to my sponsor again. That's Scott at Black Arrow Minis, because when I first went across Scott's site, he sells basically he buys lots of miniatures and categorizes them and sells them on his website. And I looked at the price and I thought, oh, gee, they're pretty high. But then I thought, when I bought my Foundry Warmonger Dwarves, when I first got back into doing this, doing the Hero MF stuff, well, I had nothing. I had zero, nothing, no games, no miniatures, nothing. So I was starting from scratch. And then I thought, okay, well, what can I buy? I wanted to do dwarves. So I went online and I didn't know any better. So I just went on to Foundry, found these dwarves, and I thought, oh, they look really nice. And they're £4 a model, right? So when I got 20 of them, so what's that, 80 pounds, it's $160 Australian. That's quite a lot of money for one unit. And then I went to his website and you saw the Marauder dwarves, and they're the same price. So, I mean, realistically, you can buy old hammer dwarves, the ones you probably love and, you want, for the same price as what the modern stuff is. And that was about 7 years ago. So I'd imagine the Foundry prices have gone up by then. You might even pick them up cheaper. I mean, when I got my stuff, I got it all through Facebook group. We call them sales groups and everything. And I was paying 2 quid, 3 quid a model. That was kind of the standard rate then. So yeah. So I mean, I think what Scott's selling them for is not such an incredible. I mean, some things, you might say, okay, well, they're a bit rare, and they cost like 7 quid a model or something like that. But you compare it to modern stuff. I think we've got a good point there. It's not much cheaper. So, if anything, it's more expensive.
And to be fair, I think that is something that like old Citadel miniatures don't seem to have. You look at say old Matchbox cars, stuff like that. They can cost a fortune because they're really old cars, stuff like that. But then when you look at old miniatures, I mean, some of these models are like 30, 40 years old. And it's like, well, yeah, like these are collectibles at this point now.
That's right, mate. They are. Absolutely.
You know,
they're
so
only
you
going
know,
to increase in price in age. So
yeah, and rightly so, I think, as well. To be honest, you know, I don't consider it to be on, like, it's nowhere near the same as what you'll have trouble these days with like eBay scalpers and stuff. I don't really equate it to the same thing, really. I like that. You got one from Nightfall 8 as well. You're getting more models with new kits, but points tend to be cheaper across the board, so you can spend more dollars to fill ranks and add more units. Yeah, that is quite true. I mean, what was it? They did say, didn't they, that the changes in points cost from 2nd edition to 3rd edition for like 40k was because they noticed people were wanting to play bigger armies and bigger games, so it made it easier to do that, which makes complete sense. And yeah, that's quite obviously true as well. But I reckon a lot of it is, you know, when they drop the points now, it's like, right, let's make the armies bigger so people have to buy the more units.
yeah, because, you know, Citadel, and it says quite openly in their, you know, company statement, they're a miniatures company. They're not a games company. So they've got to sell miniatures to make a profit. And they're going to sell a shitload of miniatures to make the kind of money they're making.
Oh, yeah. And I still maintain, as much as like Games Workshop prices these days, you do think, great, look at how much they cost. But I mean, not to justify the prices they charge for some of the stuff, but Games Workshop are still like top of the tree when it comes to miniatures for tabletop games.
Yep.
You know, I mean, like if you're talking like miniatures that are designed specifically just for painting, then oh no, there are companies out there that do models that are way more detailed and stuff like that than anything Games Workshop produces, but they're not tabletop game miniatures. You know, they're like limited run, you know, this model is designed to be painted to the highest degree you can possibly manage for, you know, these ultra skilled painting competitions. That's miniatures on a different scale, on a different
boutique.
I don't know how you put it. Yeah. And it's not the same as a tabletop gaming piece.
No.
And I think Games Workshop have always basically been the leaders when it comes to what they're doing for that. I mean, even as well, like when I like, because obviously I'm probably the same as you, Josh. Like when it comes to the older models, like I have a real strong nostalgic connection to them. And I do think that a lot of them are better in some regards than what you get now. But if you're to look at the models actually objectively, like we were saying, like we prefer working with metal miniatures, there is no denying that when it comes to putting the parts, some of the old metal kits they had, like the Greater Demons and stuff, they were genuinely a bit of a nightmare to do until you got good at them. Whereas the new plastic kits you'll get, you know, as long as you've got a good plastic glue and stuff, they're actually a lot easier to finish the builds on and get them to go together.
Yes, I would say so, because they're just engineered that way, aren't they? You know, they're
yeah.
Whereas the old,
and as well, like for example, oh, sorry, carry on.
I was going to say I think the metal ones would warp and distort, and then in the mold process, and when you start putting them together, they don't fit together all that properly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, oh yeah. The separate parts sometimes was a nightmare to go together.
Yeah.
Hang on, here we go. Another one from Nightfall 88. I wish army books nowadays had hobby and painting sections like the old army books had. If they're a minis company first, you should think adding that to each book would be a must. To be honest, mate, yeah, you're not right by, mind you. Then again, if they add it into the army books, they wouldn't be able to release separate books which have got all that in, which they could charge more for.
Hey, you're onto something here, Danny. This will make some money, mate. I've just got this one. Sorry about that. Okay. I mean, you know, for me, I think there's some really great alternative stuff out there. Like, you know, I'm into my Test of Honor, and that's Grateful Now Games. That's Graham Davey, ex Games Workshop White Dwarf guy, and Andy Hobday, Baron's War, and Mark Farr, also ex Marauder Miniatures. You know, all these guys all tied up with the Nottingham, you know, lead belt kind of scene. You know, and then they're all come out of that. And yeah, they produce some really good stuff, really high quality miniatures, really good games. There's some really good stuff out there. There's another company that I really want to get into as well. What's it called again? It's another Rick Priestley game, and he designed the rule books, and it's all about elves. And the miniatures are fantastic. I really love the look of them. They're kind of like these Viking-looking elves. They're not the sort of pansy elves you see in sort of Tolkien fantasy. What's it called again? I need to go and find it and track it down. I was so tempted to pick up a starter set from them a while back with the rule book and everything, and I thought, you know, maybe this is just a, you know, one of these projects I don't need to take on, but I'm really interested and keen to look at the miniatures firsthand. They're all in metal, and
Josh, it looks like Jonny's about, maybe.
Oh, is he? Oh shit, so. He is back. But he's still in black. I can't get him on here. You need to connect with your mic or camera before you can add them to the stream. So, Jonny, if you're listening, you need to add your microphone or camera, mate. I can't add you. Sorry. You're still trying, you poor bugger.
What else we got? Another one, Nightfall 8. They have hobbying books still that they release. I think they used to. I don't know whether they still do because I haven't been in recent Games Workshop stuff for quite a while. We've got Planet Table TV, Red Book of the Elf King. I don't know. I think that's for you, Josh.
That's the one. Thank you, mate. That's the one. I knew you guys would do it. Yeah, he's gone again. For old Jonny. He's coming and going. He doesn't know where he's coming and going now.
Oh, dear.
There's something wrong with his computer. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's not working for him.
No. War Machine and Hordes. Yeah.
Yeah, never got into those. Can never get into it. Miniatures, game, everything.
Yeah, some of the models seemed all right, but yeah, I'm with you, Josh. They never quite grabbed me. But I know what you mean, Nightfall. One of my mates plays a lot of Hordes and War Machine up until recently. I think the recent rules change or something pissed him off and he went away from it. But it did always seem very much like all Hordes and War Machine players are it's all competitive minded.
Very much so.
Apparently it's Jonny's internet.
Well. It's my bloody internet. Okay. Well, I hope they get that sorted, mate.
I'm quite glad sometimes I hardwire in. Might be a long-ass Ethernet cable, but it works.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it does. Well, my Wi-Fi is, my Wi-Fi, I'm using Wi-Fi in this thing. It's not wired in, but at least that is stable, thankfully. Well, it should be, given the speeds that these things put out in Japan.
Yeah.
Yes. Who said that? Red Book for the Elf King. Yeah. I'm going to look at that. I'm going to look at that website again because they've got some really nice models. I really like the design. It's obviously based off some kind of artwork. They've got some kind of designer or somewhere. It looks very Eastern European. I don't know, but or it's all based on a novel or something. I don't know, but the art direction I really like. It looks like they've got elves with balls, basically. They're more ballsy. But yeah,
I don't know why the old high elves get so much hate. I really love those models.
Just watch my series, mate. You'll know all about it. Tears of Aisha, how bad the high elves are. They're beautiful models. I love painting them. Just not much luck playing with them, unfortunately.
In fact, yeah, that's another one. That's another example of your painting I've seen on your channel. Your high elves, my God, man, they are beautiful.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I did try. I mean, they're not perfect. I mean, there are aspects to the models that I can see now that I need to touch up and rectify a little bit. But overall, yeah, I'm really, really happy with them.
Yeah.
My old mate David in the States, he's opening a blister pack of the Shadow Warriors, the Marauder ones, and they're my favorite infantry models from that range. Love doing those. Yeah, they're beautiful models. And I've got some new, I've got a few extra sword masters now, thanks to David in the States, so I can make a unit of 20 of those. I've got some extra silver helms I can paint up at some point to make a bigger block, like 10 of those. So yeah, eventually I'll add things to it, but it's pretty much finished. It just needs the other two elite units, the Phoenix Guard and the White Lions. Eventually and get those in there, and that's it. It's a wrap basically. So, and my favorite model, which I haven't got, it's eluded me for a long time, is the hero on the Pegasus model. I think that's one of the most beautiful miniatures they've made for that range.
Good old Mike. We love the 90s high elves as well. Good choice, good taste. I like that.
Yeah.
Although I still say my favourites were the Chaos Dwarfs. It was the very first model I ever owned of Citadel Miniatures, was the plastic one. Jonny says try now.
Oh, here he is. He's back. He's here. Well, he's here. Jonny.
Hey.
Hello. 4 hours and 5 minutes later.
He's done it. Yes.
So we know it happened.
I'm in.
You're in. I said 4 hours later, mate. You're in. Oh shit! The internet's playing up.
Oh yeah, no, he's gone.
I was gone.
He was in. You were there.
Oh,
the internet's completely crashed on you, mate. You need to consult that Interman salesman and ring and ring.
Didn't even last long enough for Sci-Fi 70 to congratulate him.
I had one.
Classic. He's lost in space, old Jonny. Poor bastard. Oh man, he struggled. He's really tried.
Oh mate.
You're there. You're there again.
Anyway, okay.
Yeah, you're there.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I can hear you, mate.
Yeah, cool. I found an old camera in the end. My phone weren't working. Camera.
You're breaking up really badly, mate.
Yeah, good old the Chaos Dwarfs with their square hats, that very Persian sort of look to them. They were amazing models.
Yep, they sure were, mate.
And now,
poor old Jonny, mate. You're in all kinds of strife there with the internet, mate. It's not coming through at all, buddy. Sorry.
No, screen
is weird because it's strange because he was here the other day and it was fine. He even used his phone to join the chat yesterday and it was fine. So I don't know why. No idea why. He's gone. Yeah. I think that's a lost cause today.
Yeah, unfortunately so.
Just put your feet up, get a beer and put your feet up and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Yeah, I think my favourite part when it came to the Chaos Dwarfs, apart from the actual Chaos Dwarfs themselves, the Hobgoblins and the background lore for them, why they had the hunchback. That it always stuck with me. Like they developed the hunchback because they just kept stabbing each other in the back so much it was there to protect them.
That's me. That's my physique. That's what I've been turning into slowly over time. Yeah, sitting here painting miniatures for all these years. That's one thing you like. When you hear those tales of people selling their soul to get magic or get some kind of empowerment from some kind of dark lord, making a pact or something like that. Well, this is what I get. I get to look like a hobgoblin in physique now because the hunched shoulders and everything, because you're always painting like crouched over a table and stuff like that.
Yeah,
that's it. That's your reward, mate. You got to do that for the success at the end.
Wasn't it didn't the Chaos Dwarfs, were they able to take Black Orcs as well?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just you couldn't have the Black Orcs and the Hobgoblins anywhere near each other, because if they did, the Black Orcs really hated the Hobgoblins, and that's it. They were going to beat them up before anybody else.
Maybe. I can't remember seeing that rule, but yeah, you're pretty right.
I can't remember whether it was or not, but I seem to have a vague memory of that. Or was it maybe just like no other Orc or Goblin could go anywhere near the Hobgoblins because they all universally hated the Hobgoblins more than any other Orc and Goblin there was?
I know they'll have some kind of animosity rule associated with them. So basically, I think they have to remain within a certain distance of, like the Orcs have to remain within a certain distance of the Hobgoblins.
All right.
To keep them under control, kind of thing. I think that's how. But the Black Orcs, I'm not sure, mate. Yeah, I don't know. I've got some beautiful Brawniac designs here that he left with me when he visited Japan.
Yeah.
And I had to paint those up for the fanzine again. Have some samples painted for him because he really wanted me to paint them in the classic 90s style.
Yeah.
For him. So I feel indebted to do that for the man. And hopefully, I don't know. I'm still, I find some of those designs and new designs really nice, but I then think, I like the original ones now that I've painted an army for Gordon as well on commission. That was really fun to do. I wish I recorded some of that, because I wish I just recorded that as an entire project. I think that'd be really fun to do. But
yeah. There we go. Nightfall remembers 25% of your Chaos Dwarf army can be allies. Orcs and Goblins are allies, so Black Orcs are a go. Excellent.
Right. Okay. Good. Oh. Now, also talking about painting, I should say this more often because I don't really advertise it a lot, and not many people know about it. But I do actually run private painting lessons. So, if anybody's interested and they would like a one-on-one lesson with me, learning things that you want to learn about, then I do run them. I've been doing them now for over a year, about 18 months. With various people, teaching them different aspects of painting, whatever they want to learn. So I had one guy learning all about how to paint high elves, another student all about doing like faces, non-metallic metals. I did everything. So if that's something that's interesting you, please contact me at evyled@gmail.com, and we can talk about it.
You might be getting a contact from me, to be fair, on that one.
Okay, that's fine, mate. I run these. I run this thing as just an extension of my, my business. It's just part of what I do. I try to cover everything, so I thought I'd do those. I try them out, and I do them through Discord. So I have a camera set up here so you can see everything that I'm doing here. I record it and then I make a video and send you the video at the end so that you get a record of everything we've talked about. So
Right.
To commit it to memory. So I find that a really useful add-on for the student, so they get whatever they need to know. And then the lessons are sort of tailored to how many you want. Maybe you just need one lesson. Maybe you need 5 lessons. Usually, and that's why we always talk through email to say, okay, what do you want to learn? And they say, okay, I want to learn that, and that. And I say, okay, that's going to be, how many lessons? And they say, yep, okay. And then we go from there. So
you might want to mention that again, mate, because Nightfall 8 has just come back in saying, interested in what? I just stepped away to grab ballast and bases.
Okay, so I do run private painting lessons, and I have about 4 students currently that I run a 40-minute painting lesson through Discord. I record the lesson, and basically the lessons are tailored to your needs. So let's say Nightfall says, okay, Josh, I'm really struggling with painting power armor. I want to learn how to paint power armor. Let's say Space Wolf power armor. Okay, because greys are all bastard of a thing to paint. I say, okay. So I get a test model, and I say, okay, let's do power armor. Now this lesson could be, I could do it over 1 lesson. You might want to learn how to paint the freehand markings on the shoulder pads. You might want to know how to do paint red, for example, yellow. And then I can say, okay, we can cover that in about 3 lessons. And if they say, okay, that sounds good, they can budget for that. That's no problem. They're very kind of cheap. I think people point out, even my sponsor said, man, they're really cheap. I said, I know. I went in low to think if I can get so many per month, and that's just an extra little bonus for me. They're $25 American a lesson. And it's 40 minutes recorded, and at the end I make a quick edited video for you, and I send it to you, so you have a permanent record of it. So that's available through my Patreon. So if you want to look at that and check it out, be my guest. If you want any questions to ask me about it, just email me at ebbyled@gmail.com. It's always on the end and at the start of the stream, and I'll put it in the links later. But I think, or if you just want to contact me, just do that. But yeah, that's it. A bit of a self-plug, as I don't really mention it very much at all. I was supposed to do videos on it and everything. I just never got around to doing it. So.
Oh, like I said, mate, I think I will. There's a few things, like the way you do your yellows is lovely, and the non-metallic metal part would certainly tickle my interest.
Okay,
Nightfall says he's always had a thing with watering down his paints and human, elf, and dwarf flesh tones. See, I don't know about you, Josh, but when it comes to thinning down and watering down your paints properly, that's always seems to me as though it's something that's entirely down to, I don't know, it's like down to experience, isn't it? Like you can almost, there's no set recipe for how to thin your paints down. It's kind of like you do it till the point where you go, yep, that's right. And that's about it, really, isn't it?
Mate. I think so too, because it's funny, I've got Matthew from Bedroom Battlefields. He's one of my students, and we just recently, tied up his lessons. He did a few with me, which is really nice of him. And he actually said, Josh, look, would you mind if I did the painting, you watch me and you just tell me what to do? And I said, okay, that's an interesting way of looking at it. That's cool. We'll do that. And so I saw his wet palette, and he said, the paint's always watery and I can't get the right consistency. And that's an issue that I think a lot of people come up against with wet palettes, is how to find the right balance of how much water they need in it and all that. Because the last thing you want is all your paint's running all over the place, and that can happen. I mean, based on what you have, like I'm using a Red Grass Games palette with a sponge in it, and I think the sponge is a big component for it. So if it's got a proper sponge, that will absorb a lot of the water. If it's like a kitchen sponge, maybe it's not doing it effectively. The paper you use also does matter as well. If you are using a wet palette, what are you using, Danny, for your wet palette, mate?
See, my wet palette is actually, hang on, there you go. It is one of the old Games Workshop's scenery terrain things that they did. It's, in fact, you can't even tell what it is because it's also, the lid for it is also my dry brush palette, and that is actually kitchen roll. I use kitchen roll and grease-proof paper, baking parchment.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm using here. This is the stuff here. This just cheap shit out of dice work. It's perfect.
Yeah. The white stuff. I found if you use the brown stuff, you can occasionally get like sort of fibers come into your paint occasionally.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so I like the white stuff. But yeah, like for the sponge, I just use 2 layers of kitchen roll that I fold over and just put water in it, and then once it's dead, take it out, chuck it away, and replace it.
Right. Okay. Well, that's that. Johnny's back again. Sorry, Danny. We're going to give Jonny another try. Third time lucky, my friend.
Hey,
Johnny's live. Here's Jonny.
Can you hear me?
We got you, mate.
We can hear you. It's nice and clear. The picture quality is good.
Yeah. My God, you got it working.
Kid sci-fi. Yeah. I'll see if I can stay for more than 2 seconds. Oh my God!
Oh, man, I took it 4 hours and 18 minutes. We're here, mate. We made it.
Here, I've had to reboot the internet. That's what I've just done. So
it's like landing. It's like landing on the moon. It's like NASA. This is like the control center for NASA. You know, trying to get Jonny up and launched into the internet.
It's ridiculous.
So, we did it, Houston. We did it.
Wait, I'll move that a little bit. That's a bit better. So what have I missed?
Technology.
You have to go back 4 hours and 18 minutes to find out.
Can you give us a recap of the last 4 hours, please?
Well,
oh my God,
what did we talk about? I mean,
how was that?
We've been going over what chat's favorite game ranges are. We had Mr. 80 Wood on earlier.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I see that. So what was he chatting about? Is his epic he's working on, or?
Yeah, it was basically, I know he was painting epic. He's doing his Reaver Titan. So he said, okay, I'll come and join you and I'll save it for that stream. So he did it. He did it in what 25 minutes? He painted it in 25 minutes.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't seem very long, yeah.
It's like a contrast. He's totally sold on contrast paint. So everything he does is contrast paints. So
right.
And they look great. They look really good, really nice and neat and everything. He doesn't do any black lining, nothing. He just paints on the contrast where he wants it in the areas where he needs it, and he's super happy. And so that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, and Danny's wife says hello, mate, to you.
Oh yeah, I see. Oh yeah, hello. You got a loyal fan there, Danny. You got a loyal fan.
Yeah, I think it's very cute that she watches your streams, mate. I think that's really nice. My missus wouldn't have any inclination whatsoever to watch my stuff. I don't think she's ever watched one of my videos, anything, nothing. Yeah, that's fair
same
enough,
for me. Really.
She's into surfing and into beautician stuff. I'm not interested in that, so I don't really watch any of that either. So, you know what I mean? Touche.
Yeah,
indeed. Oh well.
Great. What have you got on the desk, Jonny?
Oh, I'm still painting. I'm still painting this paint Bretonian I've been painting for the last week or two. I can't remember.
The green one?
Yeah, it's still going. I'm doing his shield now.
Oh, okay, good, mate.
But I just haven't been at the paint desk since I last spoke to you, actually. So, and obviously had my little technical difficulties a minute ago. So I lost 4 hours of painting.
Did you say some kind words to your PC of encouragement? Like,
I hit it a few times. That's what you meant.
I'm going to F and throw you out the effing window. You effing.
Oh, jeez. Oh, I went back. I watched the chat with Holy Diver.
Oh yeah.
I went back and watched that. Yeah, isn't he? Yeah, I enjoyed that actually. It was quite funny.
I didn't know how that's true. Because I never spoke to him like in person before.
Yeah.
And it's only because I knew you that I got to know about him. And I thought, okay, well, we'll just throw this in the works and see how it goes and see.
Yeah.
Because I said, look, if you're painting tonight and if you want to join us, we've got a spare seat here, mate. You can come in, jump in. I said, okay, I'll do it. I said, okay, no problem.
Nice.
So he came in and did it. So it was good. Yeah, he's a nice guy, actually. Yeah.
He seems all right, doesn't he?
You can talk to him. Yeah, he's all right.
Oh, good.
I mean, it's got a little bit controversial there, and we got one negative comment out of that, but that's okay. I mean, one out of so many is not so bad, eh?
I mean,
if you got to take him the right way. I mean, he's just doing it tongue in cheek. I mean, he's just having.
That's the thing with him. Yeah, a lot of people find him hard to listen to, but then it depends on how you take it, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious, but that's just maybe my sense of humor. You know?
No, I see. No, I enjoyed that. That was really good fun listening back.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, but I know he likes Japan a lot.
Yeah, bloody hell. He had a few questions for you, didn't he?
Yeah, I said just jump on the plane and do it. You know, he's single. He's not married. He's got no kids.
Yeah.
You know, I said you're in the prime of your life, mate. You know, if you really want to come here and teach and work here, then you might as well just do it for a year and see how you go. And if you really enjoy it, then you can stay. If you don't, you can go back. And you know, that's that. Mate. Get out of your system.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I'm kind of struggling with
sci-fi saying established that Bretonians are evil. Better tell Jonny. Well, I know they're evil. I'm slowly dying trying to paint these knights. I'm getting bogged down with them at the moment.
Well, I'm glad you're here, Jonny. That's good, mate. That you can come to have you here and to chat with you again, mate.
Yeah. No, I've been, like I say, I would have been here at 9 o'clock, but things were against me.
I did plug your channel, so hopefully you get.
I did see that actually. I couldn't say anything, but I did see that.
Jonny to Houston. Coming in.
Jeez. Yeah, the guy with the terrible technology. Go sub.
Well, the internet's perfect now. What did you do to change it?
I just switched it on and off.
Okay, I was going to say that's.
It's like
the IT crowd.
Catchphrase.
Did you switch it on and off?
Yeah. Literally is what I did. I couldn't believe it. So I was having problems with the camera first, and then I finally found a camera. Then the internet weren't working. I was like, "Oh, come on!"
No, you got a career in IT just waiting for you now. Have you switched it on and off? No. We'll switch it on and off. Okay. Oh, it works now. Thank you. That's £150. Thank you, madam.
Yeah, that's it.
I've never known anybody who's struggling with money. I've never known anybody who's struggling with money in IT, mate. They're all making a packet out of that. So
that's all about IT nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, get in while you can. That's what they're doing here in Japan too. A lot of the teachers going into IT, mate. That's where the money is.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, Josh, what's your next battle report, mate?
Well, we haven't filmed it yet, so I don't know.
Oh, so it's in the air as to what you're playing.
We have some ideas. We had, well, I can sort of disclose them now. I mean, they're not great secrets. I mean, we had Full Tilt. That's the White Dwarf Bretonian jousting game. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not really a battle report so much. It's more like just playing the game. And I got a commission in that I just put together for David in the US with all these Foundry miniatures, all the townsfolk. You've got like the maidens, you've got like city guard guys, you've got just general type townfolk type dudes. And I thought, okay, well, I'll paint all those up first and have sort of them around the tents and stuff like that on the table. So it looks like it's actually populated with people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we can do that because cool. Paul's got all that stuff. He's got everything. Maybe he made all the scenery and everything. So Storm of Vengeance, sci-fi Storm of Vengeance. It's one of those things that I need to do these paint chats for to get the orcs over here primed up. Everything's assembled. I just needed to get it primed and painted. So I just need to get these painted chats as a way to motivate me to do that and get the ball rolling in 2025. Because Paul's basically ready to go. It's just me getting the initial first scenario miniatures painted. Yeah. So that's 10 Goths and 5 Death Skulls, and I think we're ready to roll then. So it's not that many models to get that off the ground.
Do you not have most of your orcs are Bad Moons, aren't they? I think by memory. Do you not have them already?
Yeah,
the Goths and Death Skulls.
I don't have any Goths painted. Like I don't have enough.
No.
No, because it's all Bad Moons basically.
Yeah.
So that's coming. We've got the next 5th edition campaign to organise as well for this year. For next year, I should say. That's probably going to be Grudge and Drong first. So the dwarves against the high elves.
Yeah.
Because I've got all the models, so makes sense to do that one. And then the other one will be the Isle of Gork. That'll be probably either later this year or next year. Let's see for that one. Got a 40k battle report coming. That's Nurgle against Eldar. And Epic will be Eldar against Space Marines eventually.
Yeah, I look forward to that one. That'd be good.
So that's what's in the works, mate, so far. It's bubbling to the surface kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Nice.
How about you, Jonny? What's the next?
Me, do you know what? My New Year's resolution is to play more games in the new year. So hopefully I will try myself and get some battle reports to help myself.
Good, mate.
Last year was awful. I didn't play hardly any games. Well, I say last year. This year, just it's been busy with the kids and stuff like that this year. So I think that coming into next year is going to be a bit easier.
Yeah,
I'm going to try and get a few more games in, get them filmed, and do something. Just try and get a bit more out there on the channel. It's been quite a quiet year for me on YouTube, so I wouldn't mind just trying to get it back again. Get some sort of. You got to be in a bit of a rhythm with some of these videos. I find if you have a little break, it's easy just to sort of stop doing it. So
yeah, that's right. Actually, Danny, what's your first White Dwarf magazine?
My first White Dwarf. Oh God. I think, actually, if I remember correctly, the very first White Dwarf magazine I actually got myself. Oh, God. It was the one that had Gazgul on the front of it. The second edition artwork, Gazgul, that was on the Orc Codex.
Right, okay.
That was my very first White Dwarf that I ever got, I think.
Well, would you like to cover it with me in a like a video interview kind of thing?
Yeah, that'd be a laugh. Could do that.
Yeah, because I do this. I do my first White Dwarf series for the channel. I really love doing those with people.
Yeah.
So I just came to my mind that I haven't asked you or Jonny what your first White Dwarves are, and if you haven't covered them, then we should definitely do those. That's good.
Yeah, mine was the one with the Blood Angel battle report between the orcs. The one where the captain dies first turn. I can't remember what it's called now.
I think I know the one you're on about.
It was the first. It's sort of one of the first showcases of the second edition box set miniatures battle reports. Can't think what it's called.
Was that the one where he got killed by the site? Was that the one where they did the showcasing the Dark Millennium box when that got released and he got killed by an Orc Psyker or something?
Yes.
Yeah. I think I know the one you're on about.
Tycho, that's it. They called him Tycho, and that's where the model come from originally.
Right.
That was my first battle. That was my first White Dwarf.
Okay.
Yeah,
remember that? I fell in love with Blood Angels.
White Dwarf 175 apparently for me was my first one. Excellent.
175. Okay, we'll lock it in. 175. Thanks, Sci-Fi. Mate. He's the architect or the archivist in the library of the Black Library, maybe. Old sci-fi. Now, the one for you, Jonny, I don't know. Maybe sci-fi will know.
But maybe, sci-fi, if you can look out mine.
You've got nothing better else to do, mate. Go and check out those, mate.
On the sort of similar sort of subject, I suppose. I got these for Christmas from someone. It's the Nostalgia. Is it 95, 94 range? Have you got them? Do you have them? Have you any goods?
Yeah, not bad. They're good, mate. They're very vibrant colors. Just the pigment coverage is not so. It's not as good as Vallejo or the other ranges.
Yeah.
So they're basically designed like the old paints. So they're very thin. So I love the white because the white is beautiful for blending and stuff like that. I love the white. The skull white's brilliant. Chaos black is really nice and thin to do lining in and stuff like that. The blood red is very good. The yellow is excellent. The glazes are the best thing about them. The glazes I use a lot, and I think they're the best thing they ever made. Yeah,
I've got the armor wash. I don't know if you've got that.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I'm sure they're
two most important questions are though: do they do the old Bad Moon yellow, and does it still taste as good as it used to back in the day?
Well, I don't know about taste, but they do. They
call it bad.
It's very, very good.
Lunar yellow. This one.
Oh right, yeah.
I can't. You can't really see it in my camera, but
yeah.
Moon
yellow. Which I think must be the replica of Bad Moon Yellow.
Yeah,
it's
I just remember that from. I remember that from my younger days. The two colours I can remember because I've always been a brush licker, and it was Bad Moon's yellow was quite a nice one, but the chestnut ink was absolutely fucking disgusting. Oh, you couldn't get rid of that taste for about a day afterwards. You only ever licked that brush once or twice.
Goblin green. Okay. Now I think the Vallejo one's better.
I do too, and that's my personal preference. Yeah, I've got the Vallejo. This one here is the best one, I think, for Goblin green.
That's the one I use. Yeah, perfect. That's the one I use.
It's a perfect hue. That's the ideal perfect hue.
Absolutely. It's a shame that one's not better, but oh well.
It's more vibrant, it's more like a satin finish. It's more yellowy. So if you want that kind of finish, then that's the one you want. But I mean, even if you look at the old White Dwarf magazines, and I've gone through that Warhammer Armies book as well for 3rd edition. Man, the variations on the color of Goblin green, they were using either Goblin green or they're using a darker shade of color green.
Do you know what?
The basing's all over the place.
Yeah, funny you should say that. I think I was watching an interview with Tim Prowl.
Sorry, mate. Why are people licking their brushes? Just get some saliva on your fingertips and apply that to the brush. Wow. Hey, that's the reverse. You could do that too. Yeah, I know. It's not a healthy way of doing things, mate. That's for sure. Nightfall. And Planet Tobor TV says, I want to purchase a painting lesson on how to properly lick my brush, mate. Could be like an OnlyFans thing, that one. You get some luscious lady.
You get it like this.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Just me sat there with some lipstick licking the brushes.
I was saying. So I was watching an interview with Tim Prowl quite recently. I think that lad who does the interviews with all the old GW staff.
Yeah.
Tim Prowl was saying that he would never paint the bases Goblin green. He would use a different hue.
Right.
So quite often the different hues are probably painted by Tim Prowl rather than
right. Because I mean, I think Paul thought I was mad because I was actually painting the high elves in the different hues of green because some are like more yellowy, some are light, some dark. And I sort of matched it to my high elf army just to match that era because it was kind of, Mike McVeigh painted his bases in a different kind of green that would to the other guys are different. And I think they mixed yellow in it. They mixed yellow in it to make it.
I don't think it's ever
white and yellow.
When they say Goblin green, I reckon that's quite loose. they probably used to do all sorts of things. That as long as it looked green, a certain type of green, it got away, didn't they?
Well, the certain greens would match the tables, the flock they were using. It sort of blended in really nicely, and then you had other colors which were really stark in difference, and they didn't. They sort of clashed.
That's it. By the way, it looks like my white dwarf is either 165 or 1333. I think the 133 one is the one where the Blood Angels are fighting the Eldar. Before second edition. I think that's a Road Trader battle report. So
Shall we have a look, Jonny?
I think it's 165.
Shall we have a look? I'm going to have a look now. I'm going to show you a wonderful website to people who have never seen it. It's called White Dwarf Through the Years on Facebook. It's one of my favorite resources for all this kind of stuff. We're going to check right now.
Let's do it.
Okay. Let's see. How do I get out of this?
Just don't have internet problems, okay?
No. I was just saying to Danny, my internet's really stable, thank goodness.
Stop boasting, mate.
Okay, here we go. Okay. All right, let me go through here and share it so I can share as I go through it, and we can go through it together. This is my life. Or no. What am I doing? Share screen. This one. Why? Okay, here we go. Whoa, what's this?
Oh, that's opened up quite a few windows there, mate.
That look like OBS or something? Do you have OBS on your?
No, not at all.
Okay. Don't know them.
Okay, Chrome tab. Okay, let's try this one. I did it again, you twats. Why is it doing that? It didn't do that before, so why?
No, you're sharing my website my YouTube, okay, weren't you? So
yeah, share screen. Okay.
Have you got more than one screen?
No. What? Okay, looks like my earphones and earplug thing are dying, so I'm gonna put those in the charge now. Okay, can you hear me, guys?
Can you hear you, mate?
Okay. Yeah, just have to change my settings. Sorry. Okay, now I don't know why this is not working. That's really strange. Bloody hell! I mean, it shouldn't be that hard.
Here we go.
Doing it again. Yeah, I don't know why. It's so strange.
So it seems to want to share
multiple screens. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe it's Facebook. Let's try.
Maybe.
Let's try sharing YouTube screen. Let's see what happens here. Share screen.
Like that. Old sci-fi. This is reminiscent of sitting round a painting table at the old Games Workshop stores. Well, I think that's what we're going for, mate. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, it shares my YouTube screen really well. It just doesn't do it. Let me just see if I can change it to.
Whilst you're on that, now check. Now, can you search it?
Okay, Is it working now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's weird, isn't it? So
Yeah.
you need to open up 2 screens in order to do it. Okay, so let's go into files. Now, which one was it, mate?
You've got 2. You've got 165 and 133. That was the one. I think 133 is the. I think it's 165 is the one you want to go to.
Okay, it sounds early enough, that one. I've got to download it here. Open it up. One, 6, 5. Okay. Oh, I think we covered this one.
Yeah, I think you probably have. It's one of the most famous ones, I think, especially with their battle report in it.
Okay, let me just see. Will it? Let me just stop sharing for a tick. I don't think you could see that before. Let's see if it does share this screen. Okay, let me just. Can you see the white dwarf here?
I can see your Crown of Command YouTube at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. It doesn't give me the option to share like a PDF screen. Let me just give me two. Okay, we know that one is the one I covered already before. So
yeah,
what was the other one again? What was the other one, mate? Again, sorry.
133 was the 2 that Sci-Fi mentioned.
That sounds like really early.
That is, yeah. I think that's a Rogue Trader.
That sounds like
report.
Rogue Trader.
I think it's got. I think that's the one that's Eldar versus Blood Angels.
Well, we haven't covered that one. Do you want to make that one your first white dwarf?
Yeah, yeah, could do. Yeah.
It's got an awesome cover on it. It's got Tycho and everything. I think this is the compendium release for this one, which I'm sure makes highly interesting viewing because I'm the one scrolling through it. No one else can see it. Let's see if I can share it. Let's see if I can share it again, just as a PDF share kind of thing. Stop sharing. Present. Okay, I've got to upload it. No, I won't bother doing that. I don't think this is one that we need, mate. This is like Rogue Trader.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, almost certainly. It's all good. It's all good.
Okay, shame. All right, you'll have to think of it. You have to conjure another White Dwarf magazine.
I have to rewatch all your videos to work out what's been done. But yeah.
Sorry, Danny, mate. 16185, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think so.
Wait,
hang on, let's have a look. He did say. Let's have a look.
Sci-Fi's the
he's a man.
175.
Yeah.
Oh, 175. Okay. All right. 175. Have we done this one? Let's find out. Um, 175. There is Gaskell. I think we've done this one, so we can do this one, Danny. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, this is the Orc Codex release. That's what that's about. Man of War's in there too, with all the Slanesh ships. That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Man of War was another one. I missed that back in the day, and I would really love to give that a go now, but models are quite hard to find now.
Yeah. But to be honest with you, you could probably, I mean, if you know someone does 3D printing or something, you don't have to be the exact same ships, do they? They just be, you just need some ships that could look like, if that doesn't bother you. I mean, obviously, some people that might be a problem, and
it's not that it bothers me. It only bothers the nostalgia side of it, where
I get that.
Models, you know what I mean? Like, like that is the biggest side of it. Like, there are so many third-party companies out there that do stuff which is really, really nice.
Yeah.
But there's just something about those older models that you just remember seeing them in the White Dwarfs and stuff like that, and it's like, oh, I wanted them back in the day, and now I still want them.
Yeah, no, absolutely, totally agree. I do understand that. It's just, but you are right. They're very hard to get hold of.
Yeah. Well, that's a good question. Have you ever considered going through the old Citadel journals as well?
Yes, definitely doing that. I mean, there's a plethora of like fan-based type books. They had Inferno as well. Inferno was another one they did. I mean, there's a stack of them. What's another one they did? There's another one as well, but I can't remember.
What was Inquisitor magazine back in the day? Because was that a Games Workshop release, or was it somebody that did stuff alongside Games Workshop?
I don't know, mate. I don't think I've ever saw that one. There's also another one that came up in the Herohammer Facebook group, which I'd never seen before, and that was another fan-based magazine. Which, again, never seen it. So Inferno, I've never seen either. So there's lots of stuff to go through. I mean,
was Inferno the one they did, which they're like collection of like short stories and sometimes comic books and stuff?
Yeah.
I had quite a lot of those. They were some very, very good stories in there.
Yeah, Paul had a double, so he gave me one, so which is very nice of him. Have a look. Where is it? Yeah, it's a bit beaten up and battered, but that's one of them.
Yeah. I think I've still got that one myself, actually.
So it's a fully licensed Games Workshop product.
Yeah.
Warning: this product contains violence, chaos, carnage. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Their Warhammer Monthly comic was kind of the same. That was all just short comics and everything else. I had some really good stories in that.
Yeah.
Well, it's all done by Andy Jones. Is Andy Jones the editor? They had Jonathan Green, Andrews Millwood, Gavin Thorpe, and James Wallace as the writers in this one, anyway. So it looks like it's got a lot of the White Dwarf team involved in making these. Where they found the time, I don't know. But obviously, there are a lot of people submitting stuff.
They worked them pretty hard back in the day, didn't they?
Yeah, they sure did. There you go. You got a whole Roll of Honor section of all the people who contributed to the issue, which is cool. Be a hero. What a sterling band. If you'd like to join them, get in touch. We're looking for short stories, comic art, and single-page portraits. Just write to the new address on page 2 and ask for a copy of the writer's or artist's guidelines.
If I remember correctly, actually, they ended up doing, I think it was a Dark Angels strip or Dark Angels comic that they did that was entirely fan-inspired. I think it was one of the fans sent in some artwork for a fallen angel or something that was found by the Dark Angels, and they ended up adapting it into a whole comic strip.
See you later, Sci-Fi. Looks like he's off. Thanks.
Oh, yeah, mate.
Your input, mate.
Sci-Fi, mate. It's bloody late, mate. So
yeah.
It is. It's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. God damn.
Yeah, see you guys tomorrow. There's a comic strip here, but it's got like a blood angel in here. Yeah, don't know.
Oh yeah. Is that the? I can't remember which blood angel one that would be. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, the booby trap one.
Right.
Yeah. No, I remember that. Oh yeah.
So some Plague Marines in it. It's cool, actually. I've never really flipped through this, but it's got some amazing artwork in it.
Right.
I love this piece. This is an amazing piece of artwork. I love it. Ralph Horsley, the Spit Skull Stockade, and it's like an entire orc encampment for
Oh yeah.
That's brilliant, that. It's so clever.
Nice.
Yeah. It's really beautifully done, that. Yeah, I really like that. That's great. All the squigs rampaging around in their squig pits and boars in their boar pen. They've got like an orc versus boar, like a pit, like a fighter's pit. That's quite funny.
Yeah, they got the orc shaman up on his hill, hidden away from everybody as well, aren't they? Right at the back.
Yeah, the weird one. Yep, he's out there in the hills.
Yeah.
So he doesn't blow his head and kill a whole lot of orcs at the same time.
You got the damsel in distress as well.
Also got these giant orcs in there as well, like ogre orcs looking guys that were making the war machines and stuff. But
oh yeah, moving the rock lobber about or something, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you got a good memory, mate. Bloody hell. Very good memory.
That's what I mean. Like for me, it was always the artwork and everything. That's why I love collecting the old White Dwarfs again, because it is just so much about all the old artwork and the illustrations and the short stories that always grabbed me.
Yep.
And I poured over them that much over the years that a lot of them are just kind of locked in. As soon as I remember one of them, it's like, oh yeah, I can picture it.
Yeah, this is cool. I mean, I kind of like these mags now. Like looking at this kind of artwork, it's very evocative, and I like that.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you my favorite piece. My favorite piece of artwork I think I've ever seen in any of these books is in the Epic rule book. I think it might be a center page where it's got a double page spread, and it's of the orcs hunkered down in a building, and in the background there's a big warlord titan just sort of soaring into a few buildings. Can you picture that one, Josh?
Oh, is that an Adrian Smith one?
Possibly. It's in the Epic, the Space Marine 2nd edition rulebook.
Okay. Let me have a look.
Yeah. Right. That's my favorite piece of artwork ever done.
Right. Okay.
That's one thing like I said, I missed out on Epic back in the day, so I'm just starting my journey now. So I'm gonna look forward to finding that.
Yeah, hopefully I'm right. I'm pretty damn sure it's in that book.
I think for me,
hours looking at it.
I think for me, it's a toss-up. The two bit, like it's a choice between which is my favorite piece of art from 2nd edition 40k, and it would be either the Mark Gibbons Mephiston in front, that black and white one of in front of the burning cathedral windows, or his art picture of the Hive Tyrant in the Tyrannid Codex.
Yep. Nice.
Like those two pictures are the two that I like, probably my favorite ones of all time.
There you go. That's the picture.
Yeah, that's an Adrian Smith, man.
That's such a provocative picture. So good.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
So
I can't wait to get my hands on all the original rule books.
What I love about that is the distance that it gives.
Yeah.
So good. And the sheer scale as well. It gives context of scale. And I think that really represents Epic, because obviously Epics are just a small scale, but a larger battles.
Yeah.
What a picture. That's one of my favorites. My favorite picture, that is. You can sit for ages and find something new each time you look at that.
Yep.
I wonder how big the original was, because I imagine the original was probably a lot bigger.
It looks huge, this piece. Yeah.
Yeah.
I might wish Adrian still got it.
Yeah, he might do.
You have to ask Adrian, is it Andy Smith? Yeah, he does all the Warhammer Oldhammer artworks.
Yeah.
He might even have it. He might even procured it to sell for him on his behalf, maybe.
Be a bit too rich for my blood, I imagine.
Yeah, this is it. This is it.
Unfortunately, my internal organs aren't in good enough condition to sell.
Get one of these at the earliest opportunity. This one here, Danny. This one.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I'm looking out for one of those.
So I never had that. What is that one?
It's basically a White Dwarf Presents. So it's a collation of all the articles put into one book.
Oh, so it's got all the rules.
So you got rules, things like the Silver Towers and the Doomwing and the Firestorm. You got the characters for the Space Marine Space Wolves like Ulrich and Ragnar and Gnarl Stormcaller. You've got Gaskell and Yarrick character rules in here as well.
Oh, it's got his banners in there as well.
Yeah, the banners are in there too. I photocopied those and shrank them down.
Do you know what? I always wondered where they were.
But yeah, as far as I know, I can't find a PDF of this anywhere. So,
so it's a case of scour eBay and find one that pops up and grab it.
You end up, if you find one, it's just whether you've got the money for it.
It's all. Well, I mean, I was lucky. I got this for $20 Aussie money, right?
Right.
The second one I got just my mate gave me one. I gave it to Paul because he's got a copy. You know? So you probably find one of these not so expensive, really.
Yeah.
Just have a look because you might be.
And I suppose if it comes to it, I mean, my internal organs aren't in great condition, but I do have 2 younger children who are in good condition, so I could always start selling them off. That'd be all right.
Oh, geez. Once you start getting to the path of selling your kids' organs off, I think you should really start looking at help.
True. I mean, it depends. If it was the Metal Thunderhawk, then
Yeah, I don't know, Danny. I just can't see. I can't see the attraction behind it. To be honest, the Metal Thunderhawk. I don't know.
Danny, you get that thing, and the putting it together would just kill you.
Yeah. No, I can well imagine that one.
We were just talking about that before you came, actually, Jonny, about putting together metal kits and steam tank or. Do
you know what? I struggled with the land speeder, the Space Marine land speeder. I couldn't put it together. Oh my god!
Yeah, the land speeder.
It's just so heavy, and there's no good connection points. And even with what you call them, like dowels and stuff in them, it just didn't. It just wouldn't stay.
See, I used
bane of my life.
I use JB Quick to put mine together. It's like JB Weld.
Right.
It's like a 2-part epoxy, and they do a JB Quick version where it goes off really quick. Okay. And I use that to put my land speeder together, and no pinning or anything else like that, and it's never fallen apart.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I was using the wrong stuff, clearly, because I couldn't do it. I done it eventually, but I was swearing by the end of it.
No, I recommend for some of them, like the larger metal kits and that lot, using that JB Quick stuff. It does go off quite quick. You've only got probably a minute and a half to a couple of minutes working time with it.
Right.
But where it's like a 2-part epoxy, if you don't overdo it, when you put it in the gap in the parts and you put them together, it actually squidges out. And if you very quickly use like a cotton bud or something and just wipe it in, it fills the gaps in as well for you.
Nice.
I found that one from there was a guy on YouTube doing the Forge World Titans,
right?
And he swore by that stuff for putting things together as big as that. And I was doing the land speeder, and like you said, they're so difficult to put together.
Oh,
because I'd done a Warhound Titan in the past, I had some left over, so I thought it worked really well for that. So give it a quick go on the land speeder, see how it works.
Yeah.
And I can highly recommend that stuff.
I'll have to look into that. Although I haven't got any more land speeders to put together now, so
yeah. I'm thinking of trying the stuff. I've got the 2nd edition Bloodthirster to put together.
Right.
I'm thinking of trying it on them, especially on those wings.
To be honest with you, anything that's heavy and metal, it might be worth doing.
Yeah.
was thinking an idea too that other people I know who do on YouTube and that kind of thing is that, as us three are probably going to be regularly doing this kind of thing, maybe it's best if we share the hosting so that, Jonny hosts one on his channel and then Danny hosts one on his channel. That way you can share the viewership around. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sounds like a good idea.
That's a good
I have
idea.
actually started today. I did look into opening up one of my own ones on these. StreamYard ones. So I've got my own account on here now as well.
Cool. Okay. Well, then, if you want to host the next one tomorrow, you can.
You'll have to give me a chance to get used to it, mate. It took me all day to work out how to get the two cameras on there and still work properly. So.
Yeah, no, George, carry on with your, because it's your run. But this is something going into the new year. We definitely could do that. Yeah, absolutely. But I think it was your goal to do the 3, wasn't there, in a run? So finish that off.
I was gonna do it like today, tomorrow, and then New Year's Day, because New Year's Day, I'm in 2025, you guys in 2024, same for the guys in the US. So I don't mind doing another one for that day as well, because I'll be just sitting here painting anyway.
Yeah.
Well, it's either that or playing PlayStation. So.
Well, to be fair, I want to start trying to do live streams on my channel anyway. So I will be inviting you along, Josh. Definitely.
Yeah, thank you. And Jonny, I hope. And Jonny, I hope.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna be probably do similar ones, like try and invite as many people as I can as I get to know them.
Yeah, get Rich and Jace with their cup of tea and hobnobs on as well.
Yeah.
You've got to get them guys on. They're so funny.
That'd be a hoot.
They're brilliant.
Because, like you say, it's such a good excuse to paint the stuff that you want to paint for yourself that isn't necessarily video worthy.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is the one thing I found since I've started YouTube. Because I obviously only started it January, this year. As soon as it turns January, I've been at it for 12 months.
Right.
So I found but I found I've fallen into the realms of everything I paint is only really for the videos. It's just quite fortunate that what I'm painting is for things I'm using as well.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like, for example, I've got a whole Blood Angels army that I've got to put together and paint, but I've already done a few Blood Angels bits. So it's devastating. So that's why I was saying to you earlier about doing the video of putting the Devastators together, because that way it gives me an excuse to do that as a video and actually get them done for myself.
Yeah. All right, we'll do that. We'll do that going forward in 2025 then.
Yeah,
definitely.
Spread it around, spread love.
Yeah, spread it around. It's good. It means that people then go to your channels and hook up with your stuff and subscribe and everything, and we keep that rotating around. You know what I mean? So.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know how many subscribers and viewers I'll be able to bring to yours with my somewhat smaller view account, but Yeah,
because I'll just post in line saying, okay, we're going to go live on Danny's YouTube channel, so go here to join up. You know what I mean? And then I mean, and it'll help the channel grow a bit too, I think.
Nightfall's asking what everyone's channels are. Well, my one is called Nostalgiahammer Hobbies.
Yeah, I did a quick promo of all the channels earlier in the stream. Would have been the first 10 minutes, including Danny's wife's channel.
Yeah,
with nail art of all things.
To be fair though, mate, I think that was about 4 hours ago at this point. Oh no,
5 hours.
About 5 hours ago at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. It was a long time ago. So the Jonny Watson Gaming. So basically, what you see on this screen is what, apart from Danny, because he's got laptop on there. But Jonny Watson.
Gaming. I need to change that. Hang on, let's see if I can actually do that quickly.
Yeah, you just do it in your settings, mate.
All right, let me just do, because it's easy for me to just go to your channels and just show them. So I think I'm gonna have to wrap up soon, guys. I've got
yeah, me too. I got a phone call from the missus. Where the hell are you?
Where the hell are you?
Yeah, I'm just downstairs. Yeah, just chatting to an Aussie and a Brit.
It's nice to know you're wanted, mate. My missus wouldn't send me a message. Thank God I got rid of you. Yeah, where are we? Jonny Watson. Okay, let's go to Jonny Watson here. So we'll go there first. Okay. That makes it easy. I'll do Danny's later.
There you go.
There you go.
Sure. There you go. Can you see Jonny Watson Gaming now?
I can.
Okay, so there's Jonny Watson Gaming channel. And yeah, it's just at Jonny Watson Gaming. You just stick that in the search engine, you'll find it. No problem. So, like I said, an interview with Fred Reed, go and check that out. It's a really good interview. I really enjoyed that a lot of good insights into Fred Reed's Howling Griffin army and how he got to paint it and his journey into the hobby. And loads of stuff. Yeah, hobby related shorts there as well, and other videos. So
it's mainly little projects, painting, showcases.
Yep, 183 videos. So a lot to get your teeth sunk into there.
Yeah.
And then we'll go to. You're probably gonna, I don't know if you can see this now. Can you see my screen still?
Yep.
Okay. Nostalgiahammer. Yeah. Nostalgiahammer Hobbies.
Danny, by the way, I've just subscribed to you, Danny.
Good on you, mate.
Oh,
nice one.
Right. I've been subscribed to you for quite a while, Jonny, so I'm afraid I can't do it again.
That's okay, mate. That's okay.
There we go. It's been up to 362 now. Nice one. So we want to change this 362 into 3,620. So that's our goal. Yeah, go and check out Danny's videos. The latest one is about the Restless Dead, of him doing the Wraith Guard for himself there. Is that a commission or is that your own one, mate?
That's my personal army, that one.
Personal army, right.
I'm building that up to face Jason's Chaos army that I'm also painting for him.
Oh, right, okay. Cool.
And possibly Richard's Tyrannid Swarm as well. Ooh.
Right. Yeah, that Tyrannid Swarm is just nasty as hell. So
it was. It made very short work of my 2,000 points of Blood Angels, I've got to admit.
I bet. Okay, so that's the channels there for the guys. So go and check them out and please help support them and giving them a sub, a like, comment, the whole shebang. Subscribe. There you go, mate. Another one subscribe.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right, nice one.
Good stuff.
Share the love, as I like to say. Now, 5 hours, 11 minutes sounds like a good call. Also, Danny's made some great progress there with the Warp Spider.
Yeah, that's nearly all the base colours finished.
I did a shield. You can't really see it very well. That's what
you got something done. You got something done tonight. All the hassles. But yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks Danny. Thanks Jonny for doing this with me again. If you're the first one, then please join me again at the same time. So it's at 9 p.m. UK time, 6 a.m. Japan time. I don't know why I'm more tired than you guys are. I mean, you should be the other way around. It's like 2 o'clock there. It's like 10, 11 o'clock here. But
I'm not entirely sure I've made it this far. To be fair, I've done quite well.
You're doing really well. I mean, shit. Is it 2 a.m. Did you say that?
Yeah, 20 past 2 now, nearly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to feel it in the morning. Yeah.
That's been brilliant. 8 people watching. So thanks again. for all the comments and interactions. That's what we're here for, and hopefully getting you guys painting and getting you guys into putting some paint on your miniatures. That's what it's all about, isn't it? So splattering and nattering. That's it. And HD, you know, in Holy Diver did a video, like a live stream. I actually went to bed and woke up at midnight and sat here and did some other stuff. And he did a live stream, and he called it not a Splatter Natter. I think he called it a Splatter Natter or something like that.
Yeah.
The way he said it.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
He's not used to the word natter. I don't think he knows what it means. It's probably not.
No, it's not in the American dictionary, is it?
Yeah, nomenclature. So it was funny. Anyhow, guys.
Right. Cheers, guys.
And take care. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Indeed. Good night, all.
Cheers, lads. Bye bye.
Bye bye. I'll just go to shut this down.